And this is where we want you to add properties that you're interested in. We're going to talk a little bit more. But this gives us all the opportunity to look at what you're interested in. So we take screenshots of properties that we're interested in investing into or looking more into, and then we add them to our Google profile. And it saves us a lot of time from needing to go back and try to research the same property again. Plus, we can all look at it and add notes to it. So we're going to teach you how to do this. This is going to be a good way for you, your coach, the hotline, all of us to be able to track the properties that you're interested in, the properties that you purchased, and the properties that you've sold.
Yeah, it really does. It kind of helps us all stay on the same page, and so we don't have to worry about don't have to worry about that. Sorry, I just saw something here. Let me get this from current here. All right, there we go. Okay, so we're going to be talking today about first 3 stages of due diligence. We're going to be covering that here for a bit this morning before we move on here to other topics. But one of the reasons is because the due diligence process is such an important part of buying and investing in research that we do. It's really all about being able to perform due diligence properly so that we can weed out properties that are problematic or that have risks or reasons that would cause them to not work very well as investments. And so the stages that we have of due diligence here are really something that have evolved over time for Steve and I, and it's about how we do the research on our own, and it's about the system that we tend to go through with every single property, as we're checking things that will either work for it or won't work. And so yeah, we're going to start off talking here about this. Now, stage 1 due diligence is what we're going to begin with. This is what we consider to be basic research. And we call it basic research because this is the information that we're going to obtain to figure out whether the property has the potential to work or not as an investment. And so we're checking basic things like what the property is, what the property value is versus what the taxes are, so that we can see if the fundamental numbers are going to work, because there's no point in moving on to more complicated research until you know that the property is going to work on a more basic level.
Yeah, definitely. After we get through basic research, then we're going to talk about stage 2 and stage 3. Now, we're going to be going through these pretty quickly, but we want you guys to have a record or a place you can go back to as far as the replay of this. If you have any questions about, what is the next step? What do I need to do next? You can go back and refer to this. Now, there's really 3 different departments that as tax sale investors, we become very familiar with. The taxation record, tax collector treasurer, the assessment record, the assessor or appraiser, or the recorder or the clerk's records. Essentially, these are court records, but it's who holds those court records. Whoever's in charge of the mortgages, the deeds, the judgments, that's going to be the person that's going to be able to essentially hold those records, and that's where we're going to go search. Now, each one of the stages, stage 1 and stage 2, each have 6 steps, and we start with verify the availability. Now, this is a bigger deal before online auctions, because a lot of times when a property gets redeemed now, it goes off the online auction list. But if we're looking at a hard list, me and Shade had to learn this the hard way, where we were spending time researching property. Maybe I spent 20 or 30 minutes on each property and spent several hours, and then went back to the list, realized that I didn't go check the list and see the updated list, and I spent hours researching property that we couldn't even bid on. So that's one of the very first things that we're going to do when we're getting started, is make sure the property is still available so that we're not wasting time. Each one of these steps is meant to weed out properties that aren't going to fit your investment objective and to save you time.
Yeah, we always want to make sure we go back to the original source of lists. So like Steve was saying, sometimes they're online auction lists now and they're updated regularly, but if not, we need to go back to the source of the list. So wherever the county is providing the list at, to get the most updated information. Some areas only post like properties that redeem. So, in addition to having the main list, you've got to basically take the properties off the list there that have already redeemed. So it's worth it to check and make sure, just because it's an easy way to be able to cross properties off your list and not waste time doing more research on them. Now, once you know that they're available for certain, then we can start the research, and we're going to start it with the county records, because there's usually a link to the assessment record on the list. If it's not a link, then we can look it up. But for the most part, though, we can usually locate a link right off the tax sale list. If not, we can do a Google search for the parcel search tool within any of the counties and be able to find the records as well. But if anything, counties are doing anything they can to make this easier for us rather than to make it more complicated or to add steps. They're trying to take away steps, if anything.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, really, the reason why the county's adding information and why it makes sense for them to do that is because it saves them a huge amount of time. When me and Shade first got started, tax sale investing was really local. And the books that we talked about, there was only 2 books when me and Shade first got started. There wasn't all this information that's available now. And there was an infomercial, the John Beck infomercial, and that program was, not very good. It almost confused you more than it taught you. But you had to go down to the county records to be able to actually do any type of research. And so if you needed something as simple as a deed, they had to go ahead and go back, find the book and page number, open up a big book to where your deed's located and print it off. Now they have all this information online. Now, when we go to the assessor for stage 1 due diligence, we're really looking at the assessed value. We're looking at the address. We're looking at the zoning. We're looking at any type of improvement information, year built, lot size. When we go and we look at the sales history and the ownership, we're going to talk about that in stage 2 due diligence. But what we're trying to make a determination in the assessor records is this going to be an investment that makes sense to look more into, to take to the next step, the next step through stage 1 due diligence.
Yeah, we can usually determine that pretty quickly if we are looking at the assessment record and can figure out what the property is. So once we have the assessment record up and we kind of see this information, we can see the property's value, its location, and how it's zoned. Then from there, we usually have a direct link to the GIS mapping. And this has been another game changer. I mean, the county records in general have absolutely made this far easier to do than it ever was before. But GIS mapping saves us as much time as anything, because the alternative to this would just be plat maps, which is what we used to work with, and it was far harder to figure out a lot of things there when we were dealing with plat maps. Sometimes part of the struggle was just trying to figure out which property within the plat map was yours. So everything they're doing is kind of minimizing or taking away the work that goes into figuring out a lot of this stuff. So pulling up GIS allows us to see property location, its accessibility, by public roads. We can see what its current use is right now. It's also, overhead images are usually how we spot water features or like drainage, things like that. We were usually seeing those from overhead, as we're checking out the property. So it's our first indication that there's something wrong. But this is also kind of an information gathering stage here, where we're using anything we can learn from the GIS maps. And so that includes being able to use different base maps to figure out stuff about us. So is the property flat or not? We can figure that out with something like topographical maps, and then having various years of past overhead imagery allows us to see when certain things have happened. So, for example, if we're looking at lots and we come across a lot that has a driveway, we can pretty well know for almost certain that there used to be a house there and that house was torn down. The question is, who tore it down? Was it an owner, or was it the county or the city that did it? And the issue is, if it was the county or the city, then they're going to have a lien attached to that, most likely. We can see in past years, we can probably figure out exactly when the property was torn down. We can certainly see, I guess it's nice to have different years to compare things to in the past, but we can use these also to gather a lot of additional information about the properties. Topographical maps actually end up being pretty important. Once you can't tell if the land is flat or not, you don't have a street side image, then the topographical maps are really the only way to tell.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a huge help. It's made a big difference. Now, once we get the GIS map, we're usually going to pull up Google Maps at the same time. In fact, we might be kind of doing this all at the same time. We're looking at the assessment record. We're looking at the GIS map. We're looking at Google Street View. We're all doing this within a matter of a minute or so. We're trying to get through properties as quickly as possible to make a determination. Is this something I'm going to spend some more time on or not? Now, one thing that's been a huge change, all of these things have made it so much easier. If you guys could even understand what it was like 20 years ago, it took a ton of work. It still takes work today, but we have all of these tools that can help us where we can invest from anywhere. Doesn't matter where you're sitting today. We have students from all over the country here today, and it doesn't matter where you're at. You can use this strategy. Now, when we're looking at the Google Street View, I know that if you've been here, you've heard me say it a ton of times. You judge the book by the cover in this case. We're looking at the outside. We're trying to make a determination of what the interior condition looks like. So we're looking at the photo date. We can see that this was from 2024, so it's a couple years old. We're looking at the roof. We're looking at the exterior of the property. We're looking at the windows. We're looking to see if it's occupied. If it's vacant, we're looking for open windows, holes in the roof, anything that's going to say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and disqualify the property right now. In this condition, we're looking at a trailer, but the yard looks pretty good. It looks like it's occupied. If we're looking for, affordable housing, this could be a great type of property. So at that point, we'd go ahead, and even though it's older, the condition looks good enough, it looks like it's currently being lived in. We're going to, send somebody out there to view it as we get through the stages. So at this stage 3, if we like it enough, we'd go ahead and send somebody out there to take a look at it.
Yeah. What the Google Street View allows us to do is it allows us to be a little bit more specific about the properties we're actually going to send somebody out there to take pictures of, and that's because we can tell, based on the age, what's going on with the property. And what we're really looking for with different properties is signs that the property has been loved before, that it's had an owner involved. So in this case, the fact that it's currently occupied tells us that it's usable. That's great. That actually tells us everything that we kind of need to know. But at a glance, looking at it, other things that we can see, the roof on it has to be new. It's a metal roof that looks like it was added. So you've got somebody that's involved there. It looks like handicap accessible entryway and a handicap accessible van in there as well. But the yard itself is pretty well cleared up. The property, again, it's not great.
It's a manufactured
it's
home.
not the nicest house in the world, but that's not really what we're looking for in this. With a lot of times with these investments, what we're looking for is for affordable housing. That's what, there's always going to be a market for affordable, for entry level housing. You're always going to be able to find buyers for that, and that's what we're looking for here, is for good affordable housing. And something like this is absolutely something that people would live in, and you could make good money on.
Yeah, in fact, I think if you were to repaint the outside with the new roof, it would probably give it a lot newer feel to it.
Yeah.
With step 5, this is where we're going to do a quick check of the comparables. We're not going to spend a huge amount of time doing this. We're just going to check to see, do the values match up? Does it look like it's going to be worth it to continue going through this process? As far as doing a full comparative market analysis, we're going to wait till stage 3 due diligence. So we're really going to check a couple of different records. We're going to check the county's assessed value, see what the county thinks it's valued at. Now, in some cases, that could be close. In other cases, that could be far off. We're going to check Zillow values and Redfin values on any type of structured property. If it doesn't have any type, but let's say that it's a piece of land, then we're going to use a site like Redfin and look in that area for property values. If we see a bunch of land for sale at $1,000, we're going to say, you know what, I think we're going to go ahead and stop. If the cheapest properties in the area start at 5 to 10 grand, well, maybe we'll look a little bit more into it. And so that's really kind of what we're going through. We'll go through and show you it more live today. But we're not, it's really just kind of a quick check of value at that point.
Yeah, and while we're checking the value of the property itself, we can get an idea or a snapshot of the health of the real estate market there locally by checking out the sold properties in the area and current listings. We can get some idea about what kind of how much current inventory is listed. How many properties did they sell last year? How many properties are currently listed right now? We can get some idea about how active their sales are and how many, whether they've got a year's worth of inventory currently on the books or whether they've got a month worth of inventory currently on the books. It can all tell us a lot about the area and what's happening with real estate sales there. But beyond that, the final step here in stage 1 due diligence is to check for obvious risks and holding costs. So what we're going to be looking for here is, obvious risks are going to be things like liens, against the property. Property taxes are also going to be a cost for us. So that's something that we need to consider and think about. Anything that's going to take money out of our pocket is something that we need to consider or think about at this stage in the process. So HOAs or POA costs would be a fee that we would want to be aware of and be able to calculate into the deal when we do it. But besides this, we're just looking for signs that we think the property could have a lien or not. We're not going to know yet about liens, in this stage in the process. That's what we're going to figure out here in the next stage. Will be where we look for things that are under the surface, like liens. We're looking for any other obvious risks from the outside, and then risks in terms of cost or fees to us. I think you're muted. That's weird. I don't know. I'm not hearing anything from you suddenly. I'll just have you interrupt me here when you've got it on here. All right. So stage 1 due diligence. Again, 6 steps. We go through them really quickly. This is not meant to take very long. It's meant to be surface level stuff, just so we can eliminate properties that are not going to work from properties that will. Stage 2 due diligence, though, is where we're going to go back into the property and we're going to research some things about the property here. This is where we're going to perform our investor title search. So this is where we're going to be searching for liens or things that may be attached to the property.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so, I hear you now.
Yeah, see, my kind of popped off there for a second. So with stage 1 due diligence, we have 6 steps. With stage 2 due diligence, we have 6 steps. And stage 1 should only take us a couple of minutes once we kind of get into it and know what we're looking for. We go through it a couple of minutes now. This process, we may wait till a little bit later down the line, or it can be done at the same time. Sometimes if we're kind of going through and looking at properties, maybe 3 weeks in advance, then we just may go through stage 1 due diligence because some of those properties are going to be redeemed. If we're trying to crunch there at the last minute, then we'll go through and do, this full process pretty quickly before the auction date. Now, with the investor title search system, this was a strategy or technique that me and Shade had to come up with on our own. And we were able to pull from some good resources and talking with the title company and talking with one of these, somebody, a colleague I worked with as a realtor, where he was doing what was called notice of defaults, was essentially the pre-foreclosure strategy. He was doing a pre-foreclosure with mortgages, before it was even really a well-known strategy. Before pre-foreclosures was a thing, it was called notice of defaults. And so that's what this system is this is given us the ability to do it on our own. Now, a lot of times we had to do this in person. Now, in almost all cases, at least 90% of the time, you can do this online.
What's also nice is we just went through stage 1 due diligence where we have the assessment records pulled up. This enables us to go from stage 1 directly into stage 2. So a lot of times we can go from one right into the other. And when we were in stage 1, we were looking at stuff like the property assessed value and its address, site location. We're going back into the assessment records, but for a different reason here with stage 2. What we're interested in this time is the current ownership of the property, and who owns it, when did they buy it, how did they buy it. Those are questions that we're asking ourselves here in stage 2 due diligence, because what we need to figure out here is in the past, is it possible the property could have had liens against it during different periods of ownership? And this investor title search is how we answer those questions. So if we're looking at an assessment record like this, we can see this property right here. It is, well, first thing we can see is it has 2 owners. It has an Angela Robinson and Equan West. It has the same address here for its mailing in physical address. So it's an owner-occupied property. We can see that immediately. So what we need to do at this stage is we need to figure out when Angela and Equan acquired the property and how. And so we need to get into the sales history.
Yeah, definitely. So we're coming back here. We're looking at the sales history. We're looking at the deed types. So step 2 is find a deed. Now, in a lot of cases, those deeds are going to be connected directly to the assessor records. So as you're looking there at the sales information, You can directly click on a link that's going to take you to the deed. In some counties, you may need to look that up within the county recorder's records. But a lot of times it's going to look like this. You know, you can see that book and page number. You know, when we talk about a book and a page number, that's what it actually meant, was what I talked about earlier when we had to go into the county courthouse and they would go look in a big, huge book and you know, open to books 675, page 195, and that's where your deed's located. Now all this electronic, so we can see what type of deed is issued here. We can see what the dates are, and we can also see who sold the property. And it looks like we have a bunch of names from the same family. We see a Senior, we see an Angela Robinson, we see a West. So these all names are the same names that are connected to the current ownership. What does that tell us? Well, this must be some type of family transfer. You know, this was something that was sold or kept within a family.
Yeah. Now, one of the things that we're always looking at, we're looking at the types of deeds that were used, but we're always going to start from those recent transaction and kind of work our way back in time. So we're assuming, you know, that that when Angela and Equan were put on the deed, it must have been in this most recent transaction. We can see that actually it's for year 2022. It's listed as a W, which would be a warranty deed. That's important for us. And essentially what it means is that in 2022, you know, the property had a warranty deed, so it was free and clear of any kinds of liens or encumbrances, and the county was willing to guarantee it. That acts as a backstop for us in the research that we're doing. We basically don't have to worry about searching for liens before 2022 because it wouldn't have had the warranty deed in 2022 if it had liens on it at the time. So you know, that can act as us as far back as we need to do research is to 2022. Like Steve was saying, this family, it looks like this family has owned this property since the 80s. In fact, if we look back at past transactions, we can see that the transactions in 2020, in 2008, and 2007 were all they were all changes made to the title, you know, or things they've done with quitclaim deeds or different types of titles here. But essentially, you can see that, you know, they were done for no money. They were probably changes made within the family. So basically, the family has had this property. They bought it with a warranty deed originally in 1985. You know, so that's probably when they've owned it since 1985. But we don't have to look any further back than 2022 just because we know that it had a warranty deed. At least if we pull up this deed here, we can see that it did. It had a warranty deed in 2022. So that this is the 2022 warranty deed that we're looking at right here. And we can see, of course, the Angela Robinson there and Equan West. And we can actually see that Equan is Angela's son. So, you know, it is a family transfer there in that way. And we can see that, you know, Equan was added to this and he's her son.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the type of deed that's issued is going to depend on how many names we're going to need to research. Now, the fact that there's 2 names on the title means that we're probably going to research, or we're going to need to research both of those names. If there was 4 names on the title, we need to research all 4 of them. If there was 1, we need to research the 1. Now, once we see what type of deed is issued, that's going to depend on how far we've got to go back and research past owners as well. So if it was sold using a tax deed or a quitclaim deed or a probate deed or a sheriff's deed or a certificate of title or any type of non-warranted deed, we're going to need to go back and research more than 1 owner. So let's say that Cynthia bought a property here from an Arthur and she bought it using a quitclaim deed. And let's say that Arthur bought a property from Bob using a quitclaim deed as well. Well, in that case, we'd have to research all 3 owners, Cynthia, Arthur, and Bob, because when they sold it essentially as is, which means that liens or anything like that could still stick to the property. Now, let's say that Bob bought the property from Susan using a warranty deed. Well, then we wouldn't have to research Susan's name because when Susan sold it to Bob, it was sold using a warranty deed. So it's going to depend on the type of ownership history, how many owners we need to research. A lot of times it's going to be issued most recently with a warranty deed. But if we find a property that was owned by a company or that was picked up as an investment, it may be sold with some other type of deed, which means that we're going to have to do more work on it. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to say, you know, we're not going to do, you know, we give up on the property at this point. It just means that if it's a good property, we're going to have to go back and research a few different owners until we're able to get to a warranty deed sale.
Yeah, essentially, we just want to make sure that there's no period in the past that we're not checking and that we're not unaware of. And each
Need
owner,
all
you know,
the
represents a time period
information.
there, you know, that they had with the property there where it could have had liens issued against it. And because of the way they sold it, we wouldn't know. And so this is how we kind of figure that out. And all we're really doing here is just figuring out which names we're going to use in the court records. You know, that's really all we're trying to determine in this step. So it's all about just knowing which names we're going to be trying to pull up when we go into the county clerk's records or the county recorder. You know, a lot of times it's usually the same department that has property deeds as well. So if we've looked at the past deed, like the past sale we saw just a minute ago there for that last warranty deed, we would already be in the division of the recorder's records. So or you know, the county clerk. It kind of depends on the county that we're dealing with and what they call it, but they all have somebody there in the county that is responsible for dealing with property deeds and with different legal documents and records. So the recording of things.
There we go. I'm gonna shut the fuck up now. Bruh, this is like a big sidetrack, but I think it's fucking crazy. I feel like I sent it to myself like at least 12 times. Yeah, bro. These things are crazy. Where's the advert, bro? Bro, I need to see the ads, bro. Them shits are clean, bro.
Todo esto es porque están molestos por nuestros bolsos antibalas. Hay un policía mexicano ahora en mi zona, lejos de México. Me mira fijamente a los ojos y me dice, ven a Sinaloa, ya verás. Esta es la segunda vez que escucho una amenaza de muerte escondida en sus palabras. La primera vez no estaba seguro, ahora lo tengo confirmado. Ese tipo me ha amenazado 2 veces. ¿Qué opinan de eso? Déjenmelo saber. Pueden intentar lo que...
Basically a bulletproof handbag, bro.
I'm too gone for all these niggas. Nigga, I grab, put in time. This shit you owe me, nigga. When I
like,
drop that bag,
it's like a cool 140 though. But like, look at that. Blick holder. Magazine hold. Personally, it doesn't have enough magazine holders for me. But like, hey, I can rock 20 instead of 30. I'll be straight. That's a sacrifice to make to have a small bulletproof shield on you, bro. Stops up to a 44 Magnum, bro. It's pretty good.
You know what they call me, nigga? Oh, you a dope boy, huh? You poppin', you don't wear no but that polo, huh? You been in practice, you be hanging around the bobo, huh? Attitude, I'll win the photo. Got no Facebook, no Instagram, nigga. Barely even take photos.
Maybe you can put more there, too.
I'm a big nigga, you a follower, you a bitch nigga. I'm a big homie, I'm a rich nigga, I'm a wild hand in my backpacker. Nigga better move, nigga better get low. How you a boss man and your bitch broke? If I want anything, it's a cake dog. When the dirt boy drop, nigga better
why
hit
even
the
have
phone.
Why even have the gun in the bag if you're gonna pull it from your pocket? You just go hard. Let's get some more detail, bro. Holster. Mag. Just one mag, I swear. You can't do 2. You can probably toss a mag in the pocket. I still think it's kind of clean though, brother. Look at that. Alright, that's enough glaze. That's enough glaze. That's enough glaze. Back to the webinar.
Welcome to the webinar. You have entered as an attendee in listen-only mode.
Closure process, and that's why we need to look out for them. So let's see what this lien is.
Yeah, and it looks like. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's a pretty big lien for $8,700. This is actually a demo lien. I'll let Steve kind of discuss about it, but it's why these liens are so important to find. If you were to buy this property unaware of this, you know, there's $9,000 lien there. You know, that would definitely change the numbers of the transaction. We see a lot of people make this mistake.
Yeah. In fact, you know, it's kind of interesting because this is actually a property that was purchased at one of the tax sales that we attended with our students. Now, luckily, because we do the research beforehand, we knew that there was a demolition lien on the property, so we didn't bid on it. But it was interesting for our students to be able to sit there and watch other investors bid on this property and know that that investor hadn't done their due diligence, and maybe they spent, let's say that this lot is worth 10 grand, you know, and you know, they spent $3 grand for it. Well, at that point, you know, they purchased a property and now they have a $8,000 lien on it, almost a $9,000 lien,
So that's
and
where I
that was
fucked up.
back
It's
in
supposed to be the middle.
2022. You know, there's going to be many times interest or payments or fees that are going to go in addition to that. So that $9,000 lien could be 12 grand now. And so, you know, they automatically picked up property like this, and there was probably 50 or 100 properties in that auction that had some type of issue like this. If we include properties, and I believe that this was actually a property that wasn't even buildable, because North Little Rock changed their law from being a 5,000 square foot lot to being a buildable lot to being 7,000 square feet. So if that lot was 6,000 square feet, not only did they buy a property that has a massive government lien on it, but then also it's not even a buildable lot. That's the reason we're going to talk about zoning today. So as you guys go out there and look at land, you know, we're making sure that you're buying land that's usable.
Yeah, it's a huge, well, it's a big mistake that you can make, and it's relatively easy to avoid it. But you know, we saw all the information that's listed there on the lien we can use in order to get more information if we're still interested in it. So if what we see with the lien doesn't automatically disqualify it by the numbers, then you know, essentially what we would do to find out more information is we would contact the same department here. So, you know, you can see that this was done by a Katie Staley from the Housing and Neighborhood Programs department here. And there's a telephone number for her. We basically have all the information we need here in order to find out anything we need to know about the lien. And the idea would be to contact the city to find out, you know, what the current amount of the lien is. They can also, they're oftentimes they're ones that are dealing with the property directly, you know, so especially if there's liens against the property, then they're absolutely going to be familiar with it. And they may be able to tell you what's going on with the property, how it ended up in that situation. Sometimes they can be really good sources for information, you know, but they can also tell us things we may not know, or things that would just, they can tell so many things that are helpful. We've had so many different times where county officials have been really helpful here in information as we try to find more stuff about liens against the properties here and things that have happened in the past. In fact, they've told us things before that have changed our perspective on properties, you know, both for the better or for worse, you know, for properties we decide to bid on versus properties that maybe we decide not to bid on based on things they tell us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and we have all their information. You know, we have the person in the department we need to contact. We have the phone number. We have the lien number. We have the original amount of the lien. We have all the information where we can go ahead and contact the city. We can find out exactly what the situation is. So once we've got through stage 1, stage 2, then we have stage 3. And stage 3 has 3 steps in it. You know, essentially we're going to do an on-site evaluation. We're going to determine the value, and then we're going to set our max bid. So essentially with these 3 steps, these are the final 3 steps in determining what we're going to bid and how much we're going to bid. Now with step 1, this is really going to be for structured property. That's one of the big advantages to investing into land, is that we eliminate condition, we eliminate you know, all on-site evaluations. In a lot of cases, we're able to make all that determination through the online information. But with structured property, you do not want to buy structured property sight unseen. You know, I talked a little bit about, you know, our students going to an auction, and this is a thing that happens quite often. In almost every auction that we've attended, we'll have structured property that we've gone out or had somebody go out and take an on-site evaluation, and we know, do not bid on this property. Even if the Google Street looked good a year ago, that doesn't mean that that's the condition today. And so they've gone out, they've taken photos of properties. We went ahead and taken those as no buys on our list. And then to see, you know, other investors purchase those properties and essentially, you know, automatically lose $20,000-$30,000 because they purchased a toxic home.
Yeah, really, it's hard to overstate just how important this part of the process is, because things with the property can change overnight. I mean, a property could burn down, in a night, and a situation completely changes. Even
Burn
the
down
images
in
we're
a
looking at,
night
this was only like a year
crazy.
later, with the property that we're looking at here, and it's obviously suddenly quite overgrown, and the property has been boarded up. That may not necessarily disqualify the property, just because in this case, the house itself looks like it's in decent shape, and
Brother,
most of
the
the
fuck am
weeds
I
and
doing
whatnot
in my
could
life?
be cut down. What we'd probably be wondering here is who boarded up the property.
I'm kind of
Was
lost.
it
So
the
we went
county, or
up, and then we
was it
go
the
through the
owner?
loop
If
it
it was the county, they
created.
probably boarded it up because
Is this one?
people were getting inside of it. Because maybe vagrants were getting
Which one?
inside, or they were having problems with it that way, and so they boarded it up, which means it's also going to have a big lien against it as well for the fees to do that. Um, those could all be reasons why we might disqualify the property. But Steve is right. In every single sale that we attend, uh, we go and visit properties there in person, that have major problems. The properties that have collapsed, properties that have
I think I'm either doing it
properties that
right
had
or doing it
trees
wrong.
fall on them. Properties that are condemned, and
Hold it
had
up to this.
properties that have been
Make
condemned
sure
for a
you
long
can
time.
still fit a
Um,
finger on that side.
there's so many things we got to watch out for there that we can spot very easily if we send somebody by
Maybe
there to
down
take
through the
images of the
column.
property.
Is it this
And
way?
that if we
Are you
rely
going
on
to this
online
way?
information, we're just never going to know. That's the mistake everybody makes with these properties and on-site photos, is they trust online information. So maybe they'll see
I
something
gotta
like a
learn
Google
these
Street Side
knots
image,
like
and they'll
the
believe
back of
that's
my
how the
ass,
property is, and
bro.
they'll bid with that in mind. And it's an easy way to lose money, just because so many things can change from that time. And so
Is that the
the
single
best thing,
column
obviously, is if
tie?
you could be there yourself in person to look at
We
properties.
still
That's
good.
it's hard to replace that. That's going to be the best thing, because you can walk around, you can get your own
Tight fit.
analysis here of what's going on with the property. But if
Tight
we're
fit.
investing out of
Tight
state,
fit.
obviously that's not going to work. We need to send somebody by there that can get images of the property for us, so that we can determine what the current condition of the property is. It's really all
Something's
about
wrong.
figuring
That's supposed
out
to be
what
overlaps.
the condition is like right now. And so
Definitely.
to do
No.
that, we have to send somebody by there that can, at the very least, take photos for us. Um, there's a lot of ways you can hire people to take photos. We've done a number of these. Um, we like
They're pretty
handymen, though,
flat.
just
I'm not
because
gonna
they're
lie.
people already have an eye for problems with real estate. They already work in the area and tend to travel around the area quite a bit. So sending them by a few homes is generally not too big of a deal. But it's probably not the cheapest option with a handyman. Certainly, you can save money and do it cheaper, probably through classifieds, which we've had a lot of success with, because there's a lot of people they're looking for short jobs they can do for quick cash. Something that they can do over the course of a couple hours to earn money is very popular right now. And
Where's my
so it's not
second
too hard to
column?
find people that are willing to do this kind of work. Now, what we're going to do at this stage, essentially, once we've set up and sent somebody out there to the property to get images of the property, then we're able to determine what the condition is, and we can start working on setting the real value. Now, in stage one due diligence, we did a quick check of the value using something like Zillow. And that will give us an idea of what the property value is. But what we need to do now is we need to get a more accurate idea of exactly what the actual value is, not based on Zillow or Redfin or something like that. We need to base it on our own comps. So what we need to do is find comps, sold properties that are going to best, I guess, the best or closest to what our property is, to best illustrate what the value of the property actually is. That's what we
Yeah.
need to do at this stage in the process here in order to set an actual number on that property. It's going to have to be based on other properties that have sold near it recently.
Yeah, exactly. This is where we're going to be doing a comparative market analysis. We're going to be looking into the market conditions there. It's going to make, depending on what the market says, that's going to make a big determination in how high we're willing to bid on the property. And there's a couple of different resources that we can go to. The property value websites, this makes our job a lot easier. Before, you really had to have access to the MLS to be able to do a real good comp, to do a real, find real good comps. You can also go to the county property sales. In fact, many counties have this pretty well set up where you can go ahead and research that. Or many times we can get information from a real estate agent. When we go into an area for one of our buying tours, a lot of times we're going to have a real estate agent send us, the MLS listings that are currently on the market, and maybe the properties that have sold over the last year. Or we can have them do a broker price opinion as well. But, these are kind of the options that we'll go to. And many times, most of the time we can do this just on our own.
Yeah, in fact, what we need to do is we need to determine what the property value is based on other properties that are nearby that have sold recently. In fact, one of the fastest ways I think to do this is, whenever Zillow or Redfin are setting a value for the property, they're always basing it off of certain comps, and those comps are listed right below. A little bit lower down in the information, you can see which comps that the sites are using in order to set that value. A lot of times, those comps that they're using, could be good, legitimate comps. But what we can do, though, by looking at them, is we can see how closely they relate to our property, or how much they're a reflection of our property. How close are they really? And to see if they're actually going to be good comps or not, because we can certainly this requires a lot of personal judgment, when you're dealing with comps and you're trying to compare properties. So it's easy to compare properties that are not necessarily comparable if you're not careful. So we want to match up all of the characteristics of the property so that we can ensure that these actually are comps. So that means making sure that the properties are roughly the same size, that they're in the same that they're in the same neighborhood, is important, or how far the distance away from the properties is going to be important. But beyond that, we want it to be things like they're all 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses that are right around 1,800 square feet. Those are the kinds of comps that we need. And in terms of information, it doesn't have to be exact, but we want it to be, let's say, within about 10% on size. When it comes to when it was built, that can be plus or minus 10 years. So we want it to be within a range there, of about 10 years of when it was built here with the property. So we wouldn't want to compare a property that was built in 1950 to a property that was built in 2001, because they're going to pull very different comps. Other information that we can look for, well, we can get an idea of how long the property took to sell, but what we can also figure out in this, though, is what the dollar per square foot is. So if we're dealing with an 1,800 square foot home, we can figure out $1 per square foot, which with these properties, it averages between $55 and $62 a square foot. And so if we were to set the value and say, okay, our property value is going to be $60 a square foot, we can multiply that $60 times our 1,800 square feet and know about what the value of our property is.
Yeah, exactly. We also have a deed calculator that's available in our coaching forms and script section. And this allows you to put in different comps, and it allows you to add different fees that are involved. And whenever we're talking about, determining value or determining our high bid, we're usually going to do a percentage of the value. So in this case, for this example, you can see we want to bid up to 20 cents on the dollar. That would be a bid of $2,100, $21,000. And that's going to be based off of the 3 comparables that are there within the middle section. We're looking at a house there that's about 900 square feet to 1,000 square feet. And the home's values they sold for about $101,000 up to $115,000. So on average, they sold for about $112 a square foot. So based on those 3 comparables, our subject property, or the tax deed that we're looking at, would sell for about that same price if we were to go ahead and clean up the title. And then we can see what the expected profit would be. So for any kind of structured property, it's good to kind of throw this through this system to get an idea of how much profit you're going to make based on rehab costs, based on everything that's involved with it.
Yeah, it is. It's a pretty good tool there for helping you account for all of your potential costs, things that may come up. Now, what we need to do once we know what the condition of the property is we need to set the value, and we are able to set the value of the property. We can set our max bids, and setting our max bids. It's one area that we see a lot of investors make mistakes in terms of that they overpay for properties. We like to keep our max bid set as a percentage of value ahead of time here. And when we're talking about what we're going to pay percentage of value, it tends to, lower the property value is, the lower the percentage of value that we want to acquire it for. So if it's valued at $10,000, let's say, we usually want to get properties like that for 10 cents on the dollar or less. And as the value goes up, it can justify paying a little bit more for property. So, if we're dealing with properties that are valued at $30,000 or $40,000, then we can pay more than 10%. We can pay a little higher percentage on those because there's more potential profitability there that we have to work with. And as the amount goes up, if we're dealing with properties that are highly valued, it can increase the amount. But even on that, most homes that we go to bid on, we're probably going to be bidding between 20 and 35% of value, unless it's something like a newer home, unless there's some reason that we would bid above that. As properties get nicer, or as we need to do less work on it, we can pay a higher percentage of value. But even then, we probably max out at about 50%. That's the most that we would pay, and even then, it would have to be on houses that we don't believe really need very much work. Otherwise, we're going to be at a lower percentage of value, closer to 30% or 35% for properties like that. And again, if it goes above, then we just walk away.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and as you guys start building more and more capital, there's going to be, more profitable deals out there. In fact, we were looking and made a video recently on one of the webinars, which we ended up cutting it up during one of the podcasts, where we went and looked at a $150,000 custom home that was built in 2019 that sold for $150,000 and has a market value probably between $450 to $500. So, this property was in great shape. We're talking about a house that was less than 10 years old, custom home, beautiful. As you start building up more capital, there's these different type of deals out there. So what we want to do now is we don't have a ton of time, but what we want to do is jump on, and maybe we can look at a Florida auction. We want all of you guys to implement the strategies that we talked about today. Location-based strategy, an opportunity-based strategy, and a pre-foreclosure strategy. And then many of you will also be implementing a land bank or an OTC strategy as well. But what we want to do is take you through the process. And so we're going to want you guys to go ahead and pick a county in Florida or pick a county in Texas using realauction.com and get registered for it. The good thing about it is you only have to put down 5% of what you plan on bidding. So if let's say that I want to look at one of the Florida counties and see if I can buy land.
Real auction.
Well, in that case, if you wanted to pay $10,000, you'd only have to put $500,000 down. You could go to $20,000 and only put $1,000 down. And you can get that back pretty quickly. And in Florida, you can actually, in many cases, move that money or bid in multiple auctions. So they'll hold it in escrow, and you can bid in Lee County and Polk County or whatever it is. But we have many students who have only invested in Florida land. Now, they take a long-term approach, meaning they bid on a bunch of property to win the properties that they get at their price. So they lose a lot of properties. But they've done very, very well there, playing that type of strategy. And we want you guys to do all three strategies.
Yeah. We have, in fact, last year I met a mother-daughter team that we were working with that were from Florida, and all they did was buy and sell vacant land in Florida, and they did quite a few deals. I mean, they did. I know they did better than 150,000 in transactions in
150,000 just off of land,
and that was only dealing with Florida land. So there's definitely opportunities there, and the more you know about a market, the better it is. If you have information about a certain market, and you can check out tax sale properties, and you can have success. It's just a matter of being patient and placing bids enough, until you eventually win a property.
Yeah, well, and with the location-based approach, once we've done a deal there, we already have, a realtor. We already have a title company. We already have the power team in place where we can keep going back there. In fact, it may be an area you're doing pre-foreclosures and bidding at the auction. Since you're already going to be doing a little research for the pre-foreclosure, why not go ahead and bid on some of these properties
keep me posted, bro. I'm gonna go smoke.
Especially if you need that deposit back, it's a minimal amount. You can get it back pretty quickly. So, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a property. we'll go ahead and look it over and see if it's a property that is worth bidding on or not, and kind of going through the.
It's funny, their own records aren't working. Let's see if we can get it to pull up here on the other ones here. If not, I'll just go to a different county.
Eureka Hotbox chat. Holy shit!
All right, good. That did work.
Hotbox.
Just put continue.
For some reason, it didn't do anything. All right, here, let me click on that again. Let's get it to pull that up. There we go. Okay, so these records are great because they do provide us with a lot of information that we kind of see up front. So the first thing that we can see here about the property, if we're going through stage 1 due diligence, we can see the property address. It actually has a full address, I believe. We can see it's a vacant piece of land from the overhead image of the property. So all that's pretty easy for us to see. We actually see the owner actually lives in Costa Rica. Our glance at the mailing address there is for Costa Rica.
And if we want to do a pre-foreclosure, now we have the information that we need to send this person a letter and say, hey, your lot's coming up at the tax sale, you're either going to lose it or I could buy it from you. And that could be a great position where we could go ahead and buy that as a cash deal, and we'll see what type of deed it is. And if it's issued with a warranty deed, then we wouldn't even have to go through quiet title or anything.
Yeah. So we can see here's the values here. So, we can see property assessments here and values. It looks like it's up to about 36,000. Here's what they're saying here over the last 2 years. But what we want to do is we want to go in there and look at, let's see any other information here we can obtain about the property here. We're actually not really going to go so much into the sales and the transaction history here until we're sure that the property is going to work. Let's also do this. We have an address on the property real quick. Let's grab that address and let's just pull the property up so we can check it out, because pulling it up on Google Maps is one of the, pulling it up from the GIS map and Google Maps are one of the things that we do. And a lot of times we have to do GIS map first because the property doesn't have an address, or so we can figure out exactly what the boundaries are. All right, there we go. And that looks just like our lot. And actually, that looks ideal. Let's go down there and look at on the street level here with it real quick. And we have an image from April of 2022. So it's not a new image. You're talking 4 years old is what we're looking at. But this is clearly, though, an area that has new construction. That's a new house right there. That's just in the process of being built. And that's the next door neighbor. So this was probably built in around 2022. Late 2021, the property right next door to it. So that's really good in that, it tells us that that the area has, building going on right now. And so building lots are a good thing to be able to sell. We can also see and get a really good image here of the property where we can see it's all flat. There's no issues there. It looks from the outside, it looks very usable. We would want to check things like the zoning here, obviously, to make sure, but it looks like it's the same size lot as the other ones around it. Everything from the outside seems to look pretty good with this.
Yeah, it looks like it's a developed lot. Now, one thing that was kind of interesting, Shade, is if you go back to Real Auction real quick and look at the property, look at that opening bid amount. Now, what does that tell me? We'll have to look into it to verify this, but I would think that there must have been some tax liens on this property that sat for a long time, because when we see that, usually that means that it was a homesteaded property. So in Florida, if it's a homesteaded property, it has to start at 50% of the assessed value, but this is a lot, so that can't be a homestead. Plus, we know it's from Costa Rica. So if we looked into the property taxes, I would bet that there were 7 years worth of back taxes before somebody decided to foreclose on this property. Yeah. That would be my guess. And we could probably look at the tax information in the assessor record. There's going to be a link that'll take you to the tax collector record, and we could probably see that.
Let's do this. Let's look at the tax roll here.
You can also see up there the top right-hand corner, Shade, right above the GIS map where it says View Comparables. We talked about looking up comparables. There's a link that we could click on that would pull up county record information. Up there at the top, you can see Shade clicked on tax bills. So, the records are going to take us to more records.
Yeah, and what's nice about this is that we can see. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah,
Especially for Florida.
Yeah, yeah. Normally,
I wonder if it's because because it's somehow in a tax deed. I don't know.
Yeah, that is pretty weird.
Usually, you'd be able to see all of the past records there, right there, though, and all of the different liens.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting here. Oh yeah, that is kind of crazy. Let's
look at the sales history quick.
Yeah, let's look at the sales history, and then we may do a quick search here to look for liens here against it. Okay, so we can see that it was a transaction in 1993 for $100, and another one here in '85. So it hasn't sold very much here in the past. The current owner of it has had it for a long time, since at least '93, maybe since '85.
And click on see what kind of deed it is.
I'll see what type. It looks like a.
Go. You have to scroll in for the indenture right below that. Oh, it's a warranty deed. See up there at the very top left-hand corner.
Oh yeah, right there. Warranty deed statutory.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we can see who the parties were that were involved here. Yeah.
So they've owned it since '93.
Yeah.
From Miami International. That was probably the developer.
Yeah, that would make it pretty easy here for us. All right. So we know who the owner is. We can see. We can't see the tax history, which is a little bit weird here for us. But yeah, we can see though.
And we know that those two individuals have owned it since that time. They live in Costa Rica, and let's say that this property didn't have $16,000 worth of debt, but only had $2,000. Well, we could say, hey, you're losing your property here in the next 45 days to the tax sale. I'm interested in buying it from you, and they go ahead and contact you back. Let's say you give them an extra $3,000. So you pay $6,000 for it. Maybe you're all into it $7,000. We've determined that it'll sell for $40,000 really quickly. Then you could go ahead and buy that property from them using your own cash and make a quick return on it, and then have that warranty deed where you could turn around and sell it very quickly because anyone can buy it because it's got that clear title.
Yeah. Now what we're going to do now is that we grabbed one of the names here of the owner. We're going to enter that name in right here, and then we're going to submit that, and let's see how many results we pull up. So it pulls up a total of 10 results. That's not too bad. That's enough that we can go through this fairly quickly here. And so the first thing we want to do is, all right, it looks like this is set here by the recording date. So let's do this. Let's all right, there we go. Now we're looking at it from most recent transaction here and working our way back in time chronologically. So let's see, our most recent things here, we have our notice, which is probably going to be our notice here from for the property going to the tax sale. We've got a judgment, notice, release.
One thing about those notices is I'm looking at who the notice is. And you can see at least the ones down there at the bottom from 2018 are from the city of Cape Coral. So even though that doesn't say lien, the fact that it's from the city is automatically going to mean something I'm going to look into. So, a lot of times it will, it may not be something that's needed. But the fact that I see it's from the city, well, let me go ahead and check to make sure that that's not a lien and that they put it underneath the notice versus a lien.
Yeah, that one did not look like
a resolution.
Yeah, let's see what this one right here is. Oh, another resolution here. Oh, let's see. Well, let's see what this one is right here. It's the Lee County Clerk of Courts. All right, so we know the property is gone, nearly gone to the auction before here. It looks like in 2022, it almost went to sale as well, but paid off last minute. There's probably where it released. And I notice again here in that same year, it must have been the following year. It must have got notices to 1 year and then the next year. But what that kind of tells us, though, is that even though this person is like late with their property taxes, they always end up paying them off here last minute.
That might mean that it's not going to actually go to sale.
And that's a tax deed application as well. But what we don't see there out of any of those records are any liens. There's no liens against the property there that we can see out of those 10 records, and nothing that I would be worried about.
There's a couple of judgments, but you see those judgments are for American Estate and Trust. That's what we're looking for is, some type of city government, something like that. And so at this point, we know that this property doesn't have any liens against it. We would go ahead and verify that it's a buildable lot. I believe that it probably is, but we're not going to want to, we're going to want to make sure. And then at that point, determine what the actual market value is by looking at what properties in that area are selling for. Now, one trick I like to do is I like to go ahead and look on Redfin and look up the address minus the street, the street numbers, and look at all of the different sold properties right there within that area.
Yeah, in fact, so I think I've got the property address here pulled up right here. Let me just. All right, so I've got it recorded here. Let me pull up on Redfin, and we'll show you what we mean. So rather than pulling up the full address here, I'm going to take off the house number right there. If I just hit enter, and what it will do is it will kind of make that the center focus here for us, and it can show us the nearest the closest nearby examples here. So that's actually our lot right there. I don't know. No, that's just the closest lot here. Now, what we could do here, if we wanted to get an idea for what's in sale in the area, there's so many properties that are currently for sale here that it's actually a little bit harder work because there's just so many here.
You've got to weed it out because we're pulling up all the homes.
Mm-hmm. If we go like this, and they estimated at $47,000 there. But what we also like to do in some cases, we like to go down to a neighborhood level and to see what individual properties, see what some of the neighbors are selling for. The other thing that we can check though in a sale like this is we could look for it based on an area. So if we were looking here and we were in, I think we're still looking at Lee County stuff, right? And Lee County is such a big area that we've got so many property sales that are happening there. So it almost probably even work out fairly well if we were looking into specific neighborhoods. But it's not so much an issue in Florida because they've got so many sales that occur. It's going to be more of an issue in other places, to see how much real estate is selling. But what we can see, what we would check though, is the difference between what's currently listed and how much they're selling for properties. And so it might work more effectively if you're looking at a specific neighborhood or a set little geographical area, and you're looking at how many properties they have for sale there and how many sold here in the last little bit. We can kind of get an idea for property values based on that as well.
Yeah, in fact, you can go and type in Redfin Data Center into a Google search view and pull up their data center, and then at that point you can go ahead and even look into Lee County and get a better idea of what they're actually selling for. So they have these different tools down here that you can go ahead and research into.
Yeah, we can look into specific types of things here with the housing market. We've got a lot of tools here we can use. There's always interesting articles in here that we could check out.
Yeah.
And let's see here. How much time do we have? What?
We probably got to jump over and hit up the rest of the slides and then come back.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to do more research here on additional properties. We'll do that here in just a little bit. It's interesting. Lee County's still having problems with some of their system anyway. Check out a different county here. But yeah, let's jump over here and let's get into the next stage here of the process. Stage 1, 2, and 3 of due diligence. We hope that you guys understand how that works fundamentally. The information we're trying to obtain, just so we can make sure that we're avoiding making major mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. So what we want to talk about now is we want to go over some opportunities where we can go ahead and look at getting property in the next 30 days. When we're talking about, buying a piece of land, we're talking about essentially taking you through the process. So what we want to do is over the next 30 days, we want every single person here to at least have one property coming in. There's all types of different properties we can help you purchase. And for some of you, you may want to go ahead and look at single family homes as well. But we want to help you try to pick up a piece of land for around 10 to 15 cents on the dollar. And, sometimes we're starting to call this kind of a practice property, that's very low risk, very low investment, high return. But more importantly, it gives us the ability to work with you and your coach and take you through the process of, finding, researching, buying, and selling.
Part of what needs to happen as well, you can read about information a lot, but it's the buying and selling that is the hands-on application. That's where you're going to learn quite a bit about the process and how it works practically. It's also it allows you to get into it at a level that's not quite well. Obviously, we want to try to minimize risks. It allows us to simplify the properties, though, in some ways as well. So we can make the investment a little bit easier to do by removing some of the factors that can be more risky. So with improvements, there are all kinds of risks that we face with improved properties. And buying vacant land is one way to kind of bypass all of that and avoid it. Certainly there's opportunities in improved properties, but for your first investment or two, there's enough complications with that there's a lot of things you need to know and a lot more mistakes you can potentially make if you're buying improved property versus a piece of land. Land, if you get land at the right price, if you buy it for 10% of value or less, it's going to be a lot easier for you to sell because you have very little into it, and you're going to use the price as one of your main tools there for selling the property. So you can find somebody that's interested in buying it because it's such a good deal, and you're able to sell it for that price because you picked it up for such a low price in terms of your bid to value ratio. And so if you pick up those types of properties for good low prices, then they're going to be very easy to sell. And that's kind of what we mean by a practice deal. We want you to go through the process of finding, researching, buying, and then selling a property. And what that does is it's going to teach you, but it's also going to allow you to start to establish roots in a place where you have a team of people set up. So if you're buying property in a certain county, that's where you're going to get people that can help you through that process here. Like people like to take pictures of you of homes. That's a contact that you can keep and you can use anytime you go back there to the same area. And those are the kinds of people you start to build up your team with when you're investing as an out-of-state investor. You can get these people to help you do the work that you do, but the more you do it, again, the easier it gets. And that's the whole idea behind helping you do practice deals like this, is so you can see what it's like to buy and sell property without taking on the same level of risk as you might for something like a single family home.
Yeah, if there's anything we can do, we want to help you do deals and minimize risk. And so in getting started with one of these practice properties, this is going to give you the ability to learn how to market a property, learn how to talk to a buyer, learn how to transfer the deed, all of these useful tools as you gain that experience and start bidding on more expensive properties. So we have a couple of different areas that we want to help you focus on. And if there's any other lists that you find interesting, you can incorporate that as well. We're going to start with the Illinois auctions and also the over-the-counter property. Now, Illinois is a tax lien state, but what happens after a certain period of time, the counties will go ahead and send the properties over to this law firm, and this law firm is contracted with a bunch of the counties there to essentially foreclose on the property and offer them up as a tax deed. And so there's opportunity to buy properties at the auction, but there's also a number of available properties on their over-the-counter list as well. And, the opening bid starts at around $700 to $800. So these are properties that we can pick up for $800. And if we're looking at the over-the-counter list, at the auction, depending on what the bidding goes to. But a lot of these are properties you can pick up for under $1,000.
Now, one thing that's unique about Illinois is the way they put their lists together. It's a little bit different from any of the other states or counties that we deal with, and that's because their list is big and it actually provides property information in a number of different ways. But one of the ways it does it is with these previews of the property that basically show us a small image here of a plat map or like a GIS map over the property. It kind of shows the location. It shows us all of the relevant information above that, and then an image of the property, as well as showing us what the minimum bid amount is. And yeah, all these properties have the same, minimum bid amount because they're essentially like over-the-counter properties in a way, kind of. There is a limited amount here that it's going to cost to get into each one of these, and there's opportunities. So we can see that they have sales. Actually, Illinois has sales going throughout much of the year. During this part of the year, they're really busy. In fact, we just had sales here that just wrapped up. There's another sale happening here on the 30th for St. Clair. We've got sales that are continuing on after that, and so there's a lot of opportunity here with a lot of properties. And one of the good parts is you can usually get these properties for fairly close to opening bids. If you're trying to win a house or something that's on the list that everybody's looking at, then it will get bid up, probably a bit from there. But if it's the majority of the properties on these lists sell for pretty close to opening bid amounts or not too much above that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say that you pick up a $10,000 lot for $1,000 and you turn around and sell it for $5,000. Now you're not going to get rich off of that, but you've got a chance to take to entirely learn the process. Plus that's what, I don't know, 400% return, 500% return. It's a great return on your money as well in helping you learn how to be able to do this. So there's definitely going to be auctions, and these are going to happen throughout the year. So this is going to be one of the areas that you're going to want to go back to. And we have different tools that are going to be available to you to help you learn this process or make it easier for you. So we have this Illinois over-the-counter links page that has all of the different counties and links to their partial search tool, to their GIS map, to the over-the-counter list, and then any notes that might be helpful. For example, some areas you may need to delete the dashes to look up the GIS map, for example. If there's something like that, we're going to include notes in there as well. So you can use this as a resource to go back to it and find the research information or the links to any of the research information in any of these different counties.
Yeah, now with any of the counties that are in Illinois, the list itself, though, we're going to get off of iltaxsell.com. And the way we do that is we can look at any specific county. So from the last screen that we were looking at there, one before this, I won't go back there and show it. If we're to click on Alexander County, what it would do is it's going to show us all the activity for Alexander County, Illinois. And the results are going to look like this. So if there's an upcoming sale that's scheduled, they'll tell us that here. But otherwise, what they're going to show us is the most recent sales that they've done. So we can see that they did a sale in 2024 in February, and then in December of 2024, and then in October 31st, 2025, they did a sale as well. And so what we're going to click on is the auction results there. We're going to look at those results, and they're going to look something like this. So what this does is it shows us properties that sold. So we can see the first one here sold. We can see it sold for 7,600. Two properties below that were removed. They're probably redeemed. And then we see there are two properties there that are available because essentially they weren't purchased in the auction, and so they're available now over the counter. And that's kind of what we're looking for here with any of these Illinois over the counter lists. Is we're looking for those properties that are still available after the sale took place.
Yeah, excellent. One thing I was thinking about is we have all of these lists for the last year that have the photos and everything. I was thinking, I'm going to get all of those lists and put them together in a file. That way, you could look at both lists. So we could say, oh, that property and, the fourth one down, and then look at the list that has the photos and information to kind of help us narrow down some of these lists a little quicker.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Yes, especially seeing how we already have the information. There are good opportunities in the Illinois sales. We've had a lot of students that have bought and sold property in Illinois and had pretty good success with it. And so that is a sale that we'd like to pay attention to. It doesn't have too much competition, and it has decent opportunities, but it's not the only one. There's actually a number of different sales. In fact, this entire time of the year, I think we're paying attention to tax sales right now, what a lot of other people aren't. And so it's a good time of the year to get involved. Now, there are also properties coming up here in Pennsylvania, repository properties. And in a similar way, these are properties that have been victims of government property tax enforcement system that's not very effective. And because of that, Pennsylvania has some counties that just have humongous numbers of over-the-counter properties, essentially. Repository properties is what they call it. That's their term for over-the-counter in Pennsylvania. But on the 11th, they have a sale happening there for Monroe, where they have over 1,500 properties available. In fact, what they keep doing is they keep conducting this sale over and over again until they can get these properties sold. And so, from a month-to-month or a week-to-week basis, it's essentially the same list. It's just a matter of which properties they've sold off of that list. And it's an easy sale to participate in. You can place a $500 deposit by the 28th, so you'll need to get that in soon. But doing so will enable you to bid on any of those properties, and there are some pretty good deals on those properties. There is some junk properties within the repository list, so you have to do a little bit of sifting here. But there are also some real jewels in there. There's some really nice little properties that have kind of slipped through the cracks and that have great value and that would be good investments.
Yeah, well, part of the problem is that the list is so hard to research, and we've made that a lot easier for you. And so there's only really been, maybe a dozen, maybe a little bit more than that, properties that sold. And there's been a total of 4 sales. So this will be the 4th sale they've had. And they've maybe only sold 50 properties total. So that's one good thing as well, is there hasn't been hundreds of properties that have sold in this auction, which have flooded the market.
Yeah, that is a good point. We can see which properties essentially have sold from sale to sale. And yeah, it's not that much because they do make it fairly challenging, at least with the way that lists pull up. It can be hard to find some of the information that you need. It's also just such a big list that I think that's overwhelming for investors to try to tackle. Now we've got a couple of different pages here that are dedicated to states like Pennsylvania and Mississippi. These are states that have over-the-counter inventory. And what we have is right below the pre-selected list, we have links to certain pages, state pages there for some of these areas that have over-the-counter properties. So one of them is for Pennsylvania. It's the Pennsylvania pre-select list, and it has the Pennsylvania repository sales listed there, all the different counties. And so it's listed kind of like this. You can see we have Adams County, Beaver County, Berks, and we have notes in there that tell us how the county operates or what some of the rules of their sale are. And then we can also look at their list of properties. And so it's not just one county. Most of the counties in Pennsylvania have repository properties available for purchase. You just have to know how you can purchase them, and when you can purchase them. And so we actually have an entire page that is dedicated to nothing but these Pennsylvania counties and reviewing over their repository inventory and all of the tools needed to research properties in those areas. And we've had students that have had a lot of success in Pennsylvania with picking up properties for pretty low prices and being able to sell them for good returns. There's lots of opportunities there because they're good lots. You'd be surprised at just how good some lots are in the over-the-counter inventory there with a state like Pennsylvania. But it's because the same problems that cause their properties not to sell at auction are the same problems that cause the properties not to sell as repository properties as well. And as long as we know how to do the research, we can get around that.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, Monroe County for many years didn't allow you to purchase repository properties or over-the-counter properties unless you were there in person. So that's part of the reason why they have so many properties now, is that, essentially they didn't allow you to purchase over the counter unless you were there buying them at the county itself.
Yeah, which that's obviously going to limit your buyers, and that's how you can end up with a list of 1,500 properties or more. But that's a place where you can always find opportunities. Here is within Pennsylvania repository sales. We'll be looking into this here a bit. Now, another area is Mississippi and over-the-counter deeds in Mississippi, which is kind of interesting because Mississippi is a tax lien state. First and foremost, they sell tax liens, but kind of like Pennsylvania, all of their sales are conducted in person for their liens. And so they tend to have a lot of over-the-counter liens that are left over. Any of the leftover liens are essentially sold to the state, who after 2 years from the date of the sale, or once the redemption period expires, then it is the state that ends up foreclosing on these properties. So in a way, Mississippi has both tax liens and they offer tax deeds. The main thing that's different with their tax deeds are that these properties that are offered up are basically foreclosed on by the state. They become the ownership of the Secretary of State in a way, or at least that's the office that's responsible for it. And so that's who we're dealing with usually when we're looking at property in Mississippi, is the Secretary of State, and specifically it's their tax forfeited land division that we're going to be dealing with. And so the way we would do this is we can go to the Mississippi Secretary of State's website, and then we can go into public lands, into the public lands division, and from the public lands division we'll see their tax forfeited inventory, which looks kind of like this. And this will have all of the tax forfeited inventory. So all the properties, all the liens that have been foreclosed on by the counties are going to be available on this site. And so we can check out and see what some of that inventory is, including they used to have these buy it now sales that they do. We haven't seen them hold one of those for a long time, at least for a year or two. But there are thousands of properties though in their tax forfeited inventory that you can place bids on to win. And so these are good properties to pursue, especially as over-the-counter investments. There are some great properties in here, and there's junk properties. So you have to, it's really a matter of doing the research and checking each property for risks.
Yeah, well, one of the advantages of Mississippi is we're not going to have to pay anything unless our offer is accepted. And so it kind of goes through an offering system. Usually we'll go ahead and submit a lower offer. Then they may go ahead and counter offer us at maybe 25 cents on the dollar. And then we may counter offer them again and try to work out a price. They actually have some of these properties already have people in front of us. So some properties you may get a response. If we can look and see how many people are ahead on it. Some properties may have 10 people. And so, it may be 2 or 3 months down the line before you even get a response to it. If there's only one person, maybe you get a response, or 0 people, maybe you get a response in the next couple of weeks. So it's an area where we can go ahead and put in offers on good property. Also, because it's going through the Secretary of State, it's a land patent, which means that, it's actually a higher form of deed than a tax deed, which means that there's not going to be any government issued liens on the property. So we don't have to look at that. The only thing we need to determine is it buildable? and what is the market value. And then from there, we can make a determination. Also, the assessed value that they show was the assessed value back when that property first went through the tax sale. So a few years ago, we bought a bunch of properties that only had a $200,000 assessed value for about $200 a piece. But those properties assessed value, if it was in today, because they were using that assessed value from 15 years ago, would have been $8,000, and the market grand was 10 to 15. So in that scenario, we didn't mind that the assessed value was only $2,000. It just meant that we could pick the property up for cheaper.
Yeah, which that's one thing to consider here in Mississippi is the price that the Secretary of State's their office will decide to sell properties for. It depends on a couple of different factors. It depends on the property's last recorded value. It's going to be one of the factors. The other factor is how long the property has been on the books. The older the property the longer the property is set on the books, the lower the percentage of value that they will be willing to accept. And so the reason why we don't have to pay anything is because initially we can create an account on their website. But what we're going to be doing up until then is basically we find the properties that we like, and that we can start an application process on. And it's in this application process that we're going to kind of go back and forth with offers. And so we might throw out an initial offer here for an amount, and they will counter offer us with a higher amount, and we may just decide to walk away at that point, or we may decide that's a good price and that we can do that.
Yeah, and you could find and put 10 offers on property, because some of them may be 30 days down the line, some of them may be 60 days, 90 days, 120 days, and chances are they're not going to just accept whatever offer that you send in, especially if you're putting in an offer of, let's say, 10 cents on the dollar. Because through their state law, they have to first offer them at 50 cents on the dollar for a certain type of property that have been delinquent for just a couple of years, and then 50 cents of assessed value. But even then, we're still looking at that market value, and then after that, they can negotiate it down. So it'll kind of depend on the property and what other type of offers have come in. But you can go ahead and at least assume most of the time. I would say all the time. I just don't want to say all the time, because you never know. But they're going to send you a higher offer than you send, so you can walk away from that at that point. So you're not locked into buying the property, unless they accepted your lower offer, which chances are they're not going to accept in the first go anyway.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Most of the time there, when you find properties and you go to start submitting offers there, you're generally not going to be obligated there to your first offer, because it's pretty rare for them to accept that. Now, just like we have a page that is dedicated to below the regular pre-selected list, we have some of these over-the-counter states and areas that you can click on with pages that are dedicated to them. We have one that's dedicated to Pennsylvania. We have another one that is dedicated to Mississippi and their over-the-counter inventory. And so what it does, it has each one of the counties there in Mississippi listed. It has the number of property deeds that they currently have, or they recordedly have last time we checked, and it also includes any links there to other relevant records that we may need. And so this is handy, because it can. We've got some tools there with some better lists that you can use as well to gather some of this information. One of the issues here is that Mississippi records and property records are a little bit difficult to go through sometimes. At least in the past, they have been. There have been a few changes to that recently, which we'll probably talk about here shortly. We'll show you guys things that are making it easier to do.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a bunch of tools in here trying to help you. In fact, we have a Mississippi pre-select list as well, an Excel list, not Excel, a Google Sheets doc, where we have a bunch of the lists that have been essentially pulled from the county and added different links and information to help you narrow that list and narrow down those properties even quicker. They also have a new map feature as well, on the state website that's a lot easier to use as well. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go look at some upcoming opportunities. We'll go check out Mississippi. We'll go check out Monroe, and we'll show you also some of the information that's available on the list that you guys had access to. If any of you guys don't have access to it, we can probably put the copy link down in the chat section for you guys to click on. But in addition to having the Monroe list there, we have a links page that has some additional links you can click on as well to go access some of these other resources.
All right, let's see. What county should we start with here?
Let's go ahead and pull up the Monroe list real quick and kind of go through that.
I swear they'd be asking us questions, and I'm
auction,
like,
you have to be registered
you
by
don't
the
even have
28th.
chat
So that's,
on, bro. Like, we're just in here listening.
26th maybe. The 26th.
I guess it's,
we'll have to check. I think it's the 26th.
I like me my Discord
so
calls
we're talking
where I
about
can
2 days. So if you want to get registered for this auction, get registered today for it. You know, after the call today or during the break, go ahead and get registered. Do the $500 deposit. You know, there's a $35 application fee that's on Olive Bid for Assets, but it's worth $35 to take a chance of getting one of these properties, you know, at the price that you want. And if not, you can always get that money back. So one of the reasons why we think that there hasn't been much action on this is that it's so difficult to try to determine, you know, which properties you want to look into just based off this list.
I just be
you've
using
got
Govies,
to go,
bro.
and they don't have any information. You've got to look at each parcel number because they don't provide anything. Like if Shade was to click on one right now in the list, it just doesn't provide a lot of information. And that's the reason we have these additional lists that make it a lot easier for you.
Yeah, really, it provides very little information here, really.
Just the parcel number.
Yeah, that really is just about it, just the parcel number, but nothing that we're looking at really can tell us anything about what the property is or what it might be worth. Now, let's do this. Because we also have our enhanced list, so I'm going to pull the enhanced list.
That's the one that's open to just the general students. We have that special one that we created that the students have access, just the students here have access to.
All right, there we go. That one looks like this. So what we have here is we have the list in an Excel format that has a lot of additional information that's included here. So you can see we have we've got links to the property here in the records. We've got location, address, ID, acres, value, zoning, notes.
That's all I can say.
You can see all the information we have here. And so what this allows us to do, though, is we can start to go through the properties, and we've already highlighted some of these properties here that we believe are going to work. In fact, you know what? We'll show you here what some of these properties here look like. For giving you examples here, some of the ones that we've looked at.
And between now and when this auction takes place, we'll continue going through and looking at some of these properties. And the ones that are in green look like they could be good possible deals. The ones in yellow are kind of, yeah, maybe these are good deals. And the ones that are in black are ones that essentially, you know, obviously we don't think you should look into. But this is a way that we can go ahead and break down some of these properties and look for one. Now, we're not going to want you to buy 10 properties in this auction, 1 or 2 at the most. But this is going to be those practice properties you can pick up for $800. And even if you were to turn around and sell this for $5 or $6 grand, you've made a great return, and it could be worth quite a bit more than that.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, I think all the properties in this list are properties that you can probably get for minimal amounts, and there's a lot of different types of properties that are mixed into the bunch. And so, but there are good opportunities within this list. I mean, this one is a good example. This is it's a nice neighborhood. It's a property that's over an acre in size, and obviously the neighboring properties are about that same size as well. It's off of a road that we can see, and the value on it, appears pretty good. So we would start to do a lot of research here from this point forward.
But
a lot of the numbers here, the basic information looks
the
good.
thing I don't get is where's the price? They're out here like, oh, you could get. It starts at 0.
This one's kind of the same way. Where you have again,
I got it.
Pretty
now.
good
What
properties,
the fuck?
accessible. With good value. and would be worth pursuing or submitting an offer on.
That one right, that one right there that you were just looking at, I could see mobile homes within the area. So that one might
Vision
be a
type
property
shit.
that you
You gotta
could
lock
put a
in.
mobile home on, and
I see
some
that.
of these
I see that
properties are
now.
going to have HOAs. Now this one may not be in an HOA.
Fuck a HOA.
And some of the, even if it's in an HOA, it could still be worth buying. Some of the HOA fees are $7 a month. Some of them are $50 a month. So we want to check the HOA and that'll help us determine, based on the property value, how many properties are selling in that area, if it's worth it to pay the HOA fee for 6 months or a year. Or I mean, depending, you sell it quicker, obviously quicker, but we always plan for a year's worth of holding costs, like we talked about in stage 1 due diligence. Worst case scenario, it's going to take us a year. We're going to have to pay this much in holding cost over the next year.
Yeah. Now, the properties within the list, that range in size. There are lots of properties that are about a quarter acre or so, and up to maybe an acre of size. This one's about a half acre property. We can see in a cul-de-sac, valued at about $20,000 again. Now, something else you'll find with this list is that there are a lot of properties on it, and so in some cases you'll get properties that are right next to each other. And that can create some unique opportunities by themselves. So you have cases like this one here, where you have a couple properties that are valued at $17,000, $18,000 each. One of them is 0.29 acre, one of them is 0.54 acre, and so to combine the two together, you deal with property that's about 0.90 of an acre or so, or something along those lines, and being able to do so would also potentially make it more desirable.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if there's a minimal HOA fee on those properties or no HOA fee, then there's a good chance that somebody wouldn't mind picking up both of those properties. You're into them $1,600, and now you're selling almost an acre worth of land there together, and you could sell them as a package deal. Let's say that you sell it for $8,000. You've made a quick return on it, you've made a good profit, and you've gone through and done one of those practice properties that are going to help you know what to do as you get into more complex,
I don't think we're totally
more
fucked
complex
up on my
deals.
Property, but
yeah, in fact, if you'll notice with some of these properties, so we've just got random properties here, that look like they have the potential to work. This one is
this is good too.
Now this one's kind of weird because it was listed as 3 acres, but that's not 3 acres. And so sometimes we find things that are kind of weird with the records, and they tell us that there's something off with it. And this could be one of those cases there where things are somewhat off. Let me just pull up a couple others here that we have, and really this is more than anything just to give you an idea of what some of the properties are on the list that might be worth pursuing. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is you can see the zoning here, and so this last one here before this one and this one have zonings of R3. We could probably look into and figure out exactly what that entitles, what exactly that means for this area. We do have a full address here on the property, though. We'll pull up a couple others here, because obviously all the properties we've looked at here so far have been valued between about $15,000 and $30,000, which is a good range here for properties that you may be selling. Here's one that's valued at about $20,000 that we can see is a good lot between homes. It looks like a nice buildable lot in an area that's fairly well developed. Yeah, this looks like a pretty good lot to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and as we look into each one, we can get an idea of what the actual market value is. So there may be one that's worth 30 that the market values are closer to 15, and there may be one that has a market value of 12 or 15 that may be closer to 20. So that's where we're always going to check the market, see how many properties are selling, because these are in a bunch of different little HOAs and communities and towns within this area. So some areas may be hotter than other areas, even though they're within the same county.
Yeah, I mean, actually, so with Pennsylvania, it makes a pretty big difference. You need to look into specific neighborhoods for valuations because it can change quite a bit because of HOAs. there are lots of different HOAs or POAs, property owners associations throughout Pennsylvania. And that's something that we always look for, just because it's going to be an additional cost. Most of your POAs are not going to be a major problem, or at least they're not going to be enough to kill the deal, in any case. I mean, even if a POA has a monthly fee of $40 a month, well, that's kind of like a property tax. And if you're looking at it from a yearly basis, then it's about $500 a year, $480 a year if you're paying $40 a month. We need to look at that kind of like a property tax, just as a tax that.
Chat. Would you ever, right? Would you ever like hop on dating app and see like actual like 8-month pregnant woman and match? Like, would you match that? I'm just genuinely curious. I just saw some shit like that, and I was like, dumbfounded, bro. Dumbfounded. I'm out here just trying to network and get people to come to the podcast, and I see that, I'm just like, that's crazy.
What was that?
Oh, I can just go over here and kind of show everybody here. On this one right here, it's this column right here where the students can place their names.
Oh, yeah, and what we'll have you do is just put your name in 2 to 3 right now. That way, and as we start, let's say that you say, okay, I like these 2 properties, and you'll put your name in there. That way we're not bidding against each other. And then as we add more property, maybe say, hey, I actually like this one more, and I'll go ahead and take my name off of that one and add it to this one. And so that way we're not bidding against each other. If there's a property there on you like, go ahead and put your name there. And if we see somebody's student's name there, we'll look into another property. That way you're not bidding against yourself. There's just too many properties on this list for you guys to get in a bidding war on any of them.
We're supposed to house
that is absolutely true. All right, so you can access all of that from the website. I'm going to show you now really quickly here with just the Mississippi Secretary of State and how we use that site. I ended up accessing it here through the Mississippi SOS, which is the Secretary of State's office here. We're going to go right into this main page right here, and then it's going to be listed under public lands. Now, a couple things here are relatively new, or at least haven't been around forever, for a while, and that would be a couple of these. So. This tax forfeited land map is a new thing. We're going to take a look at that here in just a second. I don't remember the timber prices and sales that were up here before, but this is basically a comps tool for timber prices. So if you buy enough land out in an area there and you're looking to figure out what timber is going for, this is a tool you could use in order to figure that out. But let's show everybody what the tax forfeited lands inventory looks like. So if we go right here,
where is it, bro?
And here we have all the different counties that are listed, and then we have so we can pull up different results. So if I wanted to pull up let's pull up Forest County here, and I hit my search button here, then it pulls up all the properties for me in Forest County, and we can see there's a total of 223 currently. And we can see the information that's right here. But again, it gives us, a partial address. I mean, there's a full address in some cases. It would give it to us. It tells us a market value. If we click on the show details, it gives us a limited amount of information. What it does tell us, though, that's helpful, is it tells us when this property was acquired by the county because of delinquent taxes. So this property has been with the county since 1996. It's been with the county for 30 years now. And we can see its last reported value, which would have been in 1996, was $8,000. And so that part of the property looks kind of interesting. It looks like it has potential to be something.
Oh, fuck!
Yeah, in fact, we've got some
weekend
additional
gang.
tools to help this process become easier for you as well, in addition to some of the maps. In fact, on the Google Sheets doc, I've got links back to some of the different tools that are
You
available.
gonna ask me for money again? I ain't trying to go.
Let's see here. Let me pull it up from.
Just up there at the top, the Monroe
There
list.
we go.
Oh,
Monroe
starting with this one.
list. Fine.
Yeah, you go to that links page. You can see the tabs down there at the bottom, the links tab. You know, we've got some of the different here. So if you were to the Mississippi OTC state land,
Yes.
you can see the link back to our Mississippi page, to the state website, to the state GIS map, to our Google Enhanced map. So these are different links that you can click on.
So many prompts.
That'll take you to some of the different tools that they have. That state GIS map, it works pretty good as well, along with our Google, our enhanced list.
I go back to the top.
Yeah, in fact,
fuck it said.
you know what? Let's just show you that real quick here.
Recording fee.
Yeah, this tax forfeited land map though is something that is new. I don't know how long they've had it here, but I know that they didn't have it here in past years. Okay, and what you can see is it gives us the entire state outline here, and we can see, and these are all
Let's find
of the
some with the
properties. What's
highest
nice about
land
this is I
value,
think this
put
is
our
going to be
name
the
on it.
fastest way to go through Mississippi
pop that
properties,
pimple, now I
far
got that
faster
fat
than
red
using
spot
their
on
you know,
this.
from using their software.
Rudolph the red.
But what we can do though is we can scroll into to each one of these areas, and we can see the actual properties that are available. Now, the other thing we can do is we can set this up so that we have.
Did they highlight the high value ones? Oh, they did the work for me.
There we go. Imagery hybrid. That's what I want. Okay, so here we can see the imagery. You know, we can see where properties are located at, and we can pick properties that way, or at least we can decide to learn more about properties. So we can tell if the property is landlocked here from looking at it overhead, or we can tell if it looks like it has the potential here for use. You know, so for example, we've got a couple of lots right here, and with the property details here, things that we can see. Well, we can see that it's 75 by 120. It says valued at 5,000 there. You know, we can see there's a couple of applications that are in, but none that are being reviewed.
I forgot.
On this one, we can see this one valued at 4,500.
Second.
It's got one application that's currently in review, but you can get an idea, obviously, for just how much faster this is for clicking on properties and learning about properties. It's so much faster than I think using the property information and trying to look up individual records from there. This really helps us kind of pick them out based on where they're at and what they look like.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. That, and along with some of the tools that we have on our Google Sheets doc there, where we have a bunch of the different states and broken down in list as well.
It's just going down.
These are going to be different tools that you can use to start looking at property, accessing property, and submitting offers. Again, some of these offers may take place, or you may get accepted pretty quickly. You're able to work out. Some of them are going to take a little bit longer, but it's just multiple streams of income, multiple ways to make money.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a matter of looking at all these sources to be able to find properties that you can pick up and buy that are going to be good deals. And what having a number of different sources does is it makes it so you don't have to rely solely on auction performance. You don't have to worry about, I've got to acquire property, every single month here through the auction. You can bid on the properties and see what you win, but if you have enough buying methods or methods for acquiring the property that you're utilizing, then you can get properties to come in other ways. It doesn't necessarily have to be through the same systems. But yeah, I love this this map. I must have spent an hour just looking through properties on it last night, because we've never been able to do that before. At least never been able to look at the properties quite this quickly. To see what they are, to see, what they're valued at, or to see how many applications, have been applied for on them.
Yeah, and we're going to want to at least have most of you go ahead and get registered for this. It's real easy to get registered, to get set up, and then, and even submit offers on properties. In fact, if we get a chance, maybe today we can kind of take you through the process of of at least showing you some of the steps that you're going to go through. But this is an area where we can bid on property. We're not committed to anything until our offer is accepted, and and we're not going to be out of pocket anything unless it's accepted. So we can get some offers in, and over the next, let's say year, you're able to do 5 or 6 deals from this area, and each one of those deals profits you $5 to $10 grand. That's an additional, $40,000 or $50,000 doing a strategy with limited time and not a huge investment capital or very little investment capital unless your offer is accepted.
Good.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, really, it is going to be using a combination of these things to make it a little bit easier for you to do the research you want to do. That's it. Interesting how they have tax forfeited land and tax forfeited inventory. What?
It's like, where's the difference?
I don't know if there's a difference there.
Well, one just takes you. I think they were exactly the same. I was looking at that last night. Thought it was kind of weird. I think one just takes you to the search page, and one takes you to where you have multiple different links you can click on.
Yeah, I think that's true.
But show them the pre-selected list as well, real quick.
Let's see here. You want me to go to submit?
Well, you can click on Mississippi. The links are also on the Google Sheets doc, the Monroe doc on that links page as well. But
links page, nice.
As you scroll down a little bit further, we have this doc right here, and this is where we have gone through and created a bunch of different enhanced lists. And then right below that, we have some of the links pages as well on some of the different counties there, so that you have that information. But you can see how there's additional information on here. We can see the size, we can see the dimensions. So if I see a property like that that's 25 feet by 60 feet, well, that's probably too small for me to worry about anyway. I could go ahead and not worry about looking into that property.
Yeah, we're looking for anything that can disqualify properties right off the bat. And so if a property has an address, we'll just grab the address there and look it up so we can get an idea of what the property is. Otherwise though, we can also look at things like square footage. Square footage is going to tell us roughly about what the size of the property is, but also dimensions. We do the same thing. So a 25 by 60. We know it's probably not going to be big enough to be used for something, and neither is 1,500 square feet. Just not big enough there for any kind of real use. But the way we would actually know that for certain would be in locating the zoning information.
We gotta get this property. It was kind of bad. We gotta move on.
But using most of this, though, we have everything we really need in order to determine value, in order to locate the property, in order to look into the history of the property as well. We pretty much have everything that we need on these lists.
To be, bro?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not
so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and take a half an hour break.
Oh,
you guys can kick back, grab some food, get registered for auctions, get set up on Mississippi, and we'll be back in a half an hour. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go look into zoning. How do we determine if a lot is zoned so that it is buildable? We're going to look a little bit more into market values. We're going to look at a little more property. Then we're going to talk a little bit more about pre-foreclosures and kind of go over the numbers and break down how this just makes sense as an investment strategy for every single person on the call. For the students that have a ton of capital, this makes sense. For the students that are working with a limited amount of capital, this makes sense. And so we'll go through all of the different reasons why and help you guys start implementing this strategy over the next 30 days as well.
Yeah, you bet. So we'll be back here in 30 minutes from now. So 12:33, we'll be back and to get started again.
Yep. Thanks again, everyone.
11:30
we'll be right back.
for me, pretty much. 2:30 p.m. EST, man. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna streaming it because I gotta save a shit for my mother. I was just gonna record it, but I was like, why waste all that space? Because like I said, it's gonna be a long call. Why waste all that space on my computer when I could just put it on the YouTube service, you know what I'm saying? And then I could be like, here, here's a link. Bada bing, bada boom. But then she doesn't see my commentary. Oh, shit. I'm gonna go smoke real quick. Fuck. All right. Oh, that's why. Oh, do I play art for 30 minutes? Old man back, bro. Woke up, showered, hopped straight to the computer, man. Yeah, been there for 3 hours already. Fuck. I spent like at least 20 minutes outside smoking. That is beside the point, though. still got time on my break. Oh no, I guess I gotta run some games. Alright. If I must. If I must. What the fuck? Oh, there are some old ass photos on. I'm gonna have to search for that shit. Yeah. I like scattering my shit. They be sending me them old photos and I'm like, nah, bitch, brand new one. The fuck? I gotta look for those earrings, bro. Damn, bitch, what is it? Why you playing the bottle? Fuck. Spain. Jesus. Oh, wow. Wow. Kill me good. No, no, no. I'll do that shit later. Speranza. Let's get it. You know when you're gonna be seeing it. My mom's gonna be like, I have to tell her to skip 30 minutes, bro. A quick spaceport. On a free? Straight loot goblin today? Oh, I gotta text Matthew back. I went straight to sleep. Oh. I gotta practice my knots. Gotta my nuts, bro.
Watch your backs, Raiders. The matriarch has been spotted near your
chilling.
location.
I'm just
Keep your
chilling for
wits
a bit
about you
because
if you
they gotta
decide to
kill
go
him anyway.
anywhere near, and always keep a close eye on her children.
Oh shit, I'm close. That's just like right here, no? Or
Let's move to that location.
it's always towards container storage, yeah. I have a few more minutes. He's still kicking. He's still kicking. I gotta learn to spell real estate quicker, bro. I'm like, Just ask what she doing. You talking too much, bro. What the fuck? Yapping, bro. Yeah. Okay, let's go. I'm cooked. I don't have a single nade. You gotta remember, we're not fighting. We are loot munching, bro. I'm stealing the goot.
Go to that location.
Sorry, everybody. I could be wrong. I was definitely right ahead this way, bro. Not that I'm just walking the wrong way, bro. Yeah, I could be mad wrong. If I'm mad wrong, I'm mad wrong. I think I'm thinking of the wrong map, bro. I might be thinking of the wrong map. We've seen Raider flares go up over there. That's a good sign. That I'm going the wrong way. No, I would be way louder here. Be way louder. But I gotta give myself a 3 a.m. bedtime now or some shit. What the fuck? Fuck. Alright. Lock in. Someone's got me, bro. Almost 11:30, man. Fuck. How can I do this? I can switch the shareable screen. I could switch my game to the side monitor, which would be a crazy word. 180 hertz on this game is kind of normal. It's my first time seeing it like this. Well, I'll be honest. Believe it or not, I still hear gunshots from way over there. Not the best at the hardcore part. I swear I still hear shots that way. I'm telling you that's where it came from. Do I have them on backwards? Is like my left, right, wrong? And I know that's a crucial thing. The left to right was wrong. It's getting louder, so I have to be getting closer, right? Right? The housemaid. Hey. Ooh, there it is.
Matriarch, the launch pad.
Let's get that clanker. I'm risking it because they haven't done shit, so I kind of gotta get cooked. Watch the skies, watch the skies. Oh, bombardier over there too or something. No reason that should be shooting like that. Audi Raider. shit from up here. Let's go. We got nothing to lose. Let's go. Let's go help out the troops. Came ready to cook.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you're the only one, that's no worries. Don't worry about it. Today's not one of those days that we need like talking to them. You know, it's dead. It's dead. Saturdays are dead.
Enjoy my goop, brother. I gotta go. Gotta get back to the call, bro. I didn't have shit, but I got Band-Aid and some defibs, you know, I might be able to help bro survive a little longer. And that's really the important part. Was I wrong? Like, I swear that was the time period, no? Killed myself for no reason? Alright, alrighty then. Is there a way to hide this shit? Like, full screen? Shit, I have to see the screen, guy. I'm like losing the pieces right there. He's back.
All right, everyone. I think we are going to we're going to get started here again. Hope everybody had a good break here. But yeah, Steve and I are back. We're going to continue now talking about a couple of different things that are very important here, or important aspects of the research that we do on properties to make sure that they're usable properties and that they're something that we can sell. So we're going to focus on that here for the next little bit, and also discussing property valuations. Now, zoning, because a lot of our students do focus on land, this is an issue that's very important with land. I mean, if you buy a home or something, the zoning is important for property use, but it's especially important with land because the lot itself has to meet a set criteria here in order to be usable. That's kind of what zoning ordinances essentially are. Property usability is not a factor of state law or even county law in most cases. It's usually a matter of what the local government there says. So we might be talking about a village or a township. Essentially, every city, village, town, any kind of entity like that is going to have its own laws, including zoning laws or ordinances, as they're often called. And these ordinances cover things from property. It really covers everything about in the area, from what is acceptable, what properties can be used for, what they can't be used for. And along with zoning ordinances, they have qualifications, or at least they have a list of what the requirements are in order to meet some of those classifications. And so we're going to be talking today about how we go through, find, and make sure that properties that we're dealing with are usable. That they need to be accessible by public road. That's an obvious one here, or else they're landlocked.
Accessible by public
but
road.
Beyond being accessible, they need to be usable according to the local ordinances. And that's what we're going to be talking about here with zoning.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of like I talked about there in North Little Rock, where they had changed their law and now required a 7,000 square foot lot to be a buildable lot. It's going to make a big difference in buying that if it's going to be a good investment or bad. Now, as far as these zoning codes, really what they do is they separate different types of property. It separates commercial property from residential property, from industrial property, from recreational property. And so each one of these are going to have a different code to it or classification. Now, usually that's going to be a combination of a letter and a number, like R1, R2, C1, C2. Sometimes we'll see the business used, and it'll be B1, B2 for kind of like a business district. But there's going to be a different code associated to each one of those properties, and each one of those codes are going to have certain requirements to be a buildable lot within that area. So, you know, an R1 code may require 10,000 square feet, where an R2 code only requires 7,000 square feet, where maybe an R code requires 5,000 square feet. But one of the biggest and most important things that we need to do investing in tax deed land is make sure that the property has both use and value. You know, that's kind of one of our mantras, so to speak, is the property needs to have use and value if it's something that we're going to be interested in. And so when it comes to buying land, if it's not a usable, buildable lot, in most cases, we're going to disregard that lot because it really limits who we can sell it to. You know, if we buy one of these lots that needs to be 7,000 square feet to be a buildable lot, our only real choice is to try to sell it to one of the neighbors. And chances are we're going to lose money on it. So it's important we check to make sure that that lot is a buildable lot by looking at the city code and the city zoning map to determine if it is going to be a buildable lot or not.
Research.
Yeah, really, for residential housing, the numbers tend to go up with density of housing. So what starts off as R1 residential tends to go, as it goes up, you have more dense housing, which basically has smaller requirements for square footage and other things that are related to that. And so, yeah, we'll be able to talk about this here specifically as we get into some of the examples that we're going to show you. So who is it you can contact to get answers? Well, usually we can find the answers online. You know, in fact, most of the time we can find the answers and we don't actually need to call anybody. But there's also cases that we've had lots of properties, and we do this a lot, and where we've struggled to find the answers. You know, sometimes it's not clear. You know, there are counties that operate a little bit differently. We've had plenty of cases where we've needed to call into the to the city offices there, or planning or zoning, in order to get something answered, like a usability question, because it wasn't clear in what they had written out. And it turned out, you know, I know in some of the cases that we've looked at where that's happened, the local area has used rules that we haven't really been familiar with or seen before. And so, you know, it's something, a lot of times you just don't know what you don't know when you're, you know, your first time in an area. And so it's something that you can learn as you start to understand the area a little bit better. But that's one of the things that we're trying to determine when we go into a new city or into a new area is, you know, what is a usable property, so we have something to measure properties up against.
Yeah, and when we're talking about these different type of properties, who's going to be in charge of the zoning is going to depend if the property is located within city limits or not. So a lot of the building lots that we are going to look at are going to be located within city limits. And if it's located within a city limit, there's a 99% chance that the city is the one that created the zoning. So for properties within cities, we're going to be looking to the city for the zoning information. And many times we're going to be able to find that online. Like Shade said, if we're not able to, then we can make a quick call to the zoning department within that city or send them an email to find out more details. If the property is located in a more rural area, outside city limits, well, then it's probably the county that's created the zoning, because the particular property is going to relate to whoever created the zoning for that. So if it's within a city, we're going to be contacting the city. If it's in the county, we're going to be contacting the county. But this is really the number one risk associated with tax deed land investing, is making sure that it's usable. I mean, even if we bought a property that maybe had a little bit lower value and it was an oversaturated market, if it's usable, at least we can hopefully find somebody to pick it up. But if it's not usable, then we're really limiting who we can sell it to. And so that's the reason why we've got to research the minimum lot size for any piece of land that we buy, so that we understand what the zoning is. Plus, if we win the property, this is going to be important information that we're going to be able to give to the buyer. So even though a lot looks like it may be the same size, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to work, because that may be an old zoning code from 1986 or 1975 when they actually made the lots, and now the city has updated that. In fact, I think cities have done a disadvantage to themselves. What some of these cities have done is they used to have a lot that was a buildable lot, and now they've made that bigger, thinking that, well, if we make the lots bigger, we're going to be able to improve our communities. Well, what happens is that means that those lots are no longer usable. And if somebody is going to put a new construction property on it, regardless if it's 5,000 or 7,000 square feet, that's going to be a new construction within the area. And so what they've done is now they are going to have more vacant lots that aren't being used. The city's going to go out and have to maintain and try to keep up, because they've changed the laws. So it's important we check into it.
Lot size.
Well, and by doing that, essentially what they do is before, what would have just required one lot in order to build a house now suddenly requires two. And I suppose the goal in doing so is they're trying to bring up their property values, but I don't think it works to bring up property values, by doing so, because like Steve said, essentially they just end up with more useless land when they do this. So, if they do make all the properties in this, so if it was originally when it was subdivided, if this was a usable lot and they've got all these lots here in the area, if all of those suddenly become unusable, it doesn't tend to help property sales or development in the area. It tends to hurt it more than anything. But that's what we need to figure out. We can look at a glance, and if it's similar to the lots around it, that might be good enough for an initial pass where we're just trying to figure out what the property is. But we can't rely on that to say that it's usable. What we need to do is verify that by checking it. And what we can do a lot of times, if the property has an address, then sometimes it'll be within the city. If it's within a specific city, sometimes that's exactly who would be the entity that is issuing the liens, but not always. Sometimes it's going to be something more like a local village or a township or something like that. And
show her your weird
to find out, there's a couple of different things that we'll do to find the answers here to this. If we need to find the code, though, so let's say we're dealing with this city. If we've got the address and we can see that the property is within such and such city, then what we're going to do is we're going to look for the ordinance, the city ordinances on a website. So what we're going to do is we can do a search for that online, and there's a couple different things that we're looking for here. I guess there's a couple different places. Number one is most counties have like a zoning department, that handles certain things, and so that's one place that we could go to on their website. But the actual book of ordinances is a second thing that we can look at, and so we're actually that's what we're looking at here. Is in the first, on the top one, Code of Ordinances, Municipal Code Library. This is going to be just all of the laws, the ordinances we can read straight through. And then the second one down we can see is the City of Pine Bluff on the city website, for zoning. So that's where we would go for specific zoning questions, like for instance here. This is the zoning department here, and we can see this is where we could access a zoning map. Or this is also where we could file a zoning appeal or fill out a rezoning application if we wanted to try to get zoning changed from maybe one to the other. That's a case we could make here.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to need two things when we're looking into the zoning. We're going to need the zoning code, and we're going to need the zoning map. So a lot of times the zoning map is going to be located on the city's website or the town's website. And so we can see that this case here, there's two different places that we can find this code. Sometimes it'll be connected right here to the city websites. Sometimes there's directory services out there that will go ahead and provide the codes for certain areas. So we can see that in New York or in Arkansas, where there's a website set up that collects all of the different codes from the different cities. But we're going to need both of those information to be able to determine if it's going to be a buildable lot. So the code is going to look something like this. Every single city is going to have a list of ordinances. And within those ordinances, there's going to be a chapter that's on zoning. So if we look over here to the left, we can see all kinds of different chapters. There's administration, there's alcoholic beverages, there's animals, aviation. What we're looking for is that zoning codes, because the zoning code is where we're going to find that information. A lot of times it's going to be underneath district code. So we can see here, we can see the zoning chapter, chapter 29, and then down there we can see the article district regulations, and then we have a bunch of different district regulations there, R1, R2, R3, R4. So this is where we would go to find out what the different requirements are as far as each one of those individual codes.
Yeah, essentially they're providing definitions here, in these ordinances for what each one of these districts are. And so what we can do is we can dig into those and figure out what the one is for the one we have. So if our property is R1, we can see what the requirements are for R1 residential. That can tell us it'll have a square footage requirement there. It may have a width or length requirement. It could have a utility requirement. You don't really know until you dig into that. Now, in terms of plat maps, you saw that we could access the plat map here from the city website, and
I didn't do that right.
What these allow us to do is they allow us to see all of the street names, property lines as well. And then they have, they use the coloring there to help us see, where zoning is and when it changes.
I was doing good,
and so essentially what we do whenever we find one of these is we're going to obviously zoom into where our property is located at on this map. So it's helpful if you've been looking at your property from a map, if you kind of know what part of the city or the county that it falls within, that can help you a little bit when it comes to knowing where you're going to zoom in into to locate your property.
Yeah, most of the bigger cities will have some type of online zoning map, a GIS style, where we're able to type in an address or a parcel number or a street name or an owner's name and be able to pull up the zoning code that way, almost like your traditional GIS maps. In fact, when we're looking at the GIS map, we'll see if they have a zoning overlay, which can help us in that process. For some of the smaller cities and townships, they may have it set up in a PDF style, which is a highly detailed PDF that you can download. And then from there, we're going to be looking at the city. And the way I do it, in fact, we'll show you here in a minute as we get online, I'll usually kind of break the city down into 4 quarters, and that can kind of help me determine where the zoning is or where the street is located within that city. So usually the PDFs are going to be smaller cities, a little bit easier to find, and the bigger cities are going to have an online tool that makes it easier for us.
So what we're going to do now,
what I might have you do, Shade, is pass that over to me. I've got some zoning set up we can go look at.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay. Let's go ahead and open this up. So let's say that we wanted to look into Little Rock. Here's an example of our list from last year for the Little Rock sale. In a big auction like this, we're going to set it up in kind of an Excel doc like this, Sheets doc. And we've got it kind of color coordinated depending on what type of a property is. So you can see improvement good, improvement fair, land good, fair land, junk, canceled. And then as we start looking through the properties, we've included a bunch of different notes in the property as well. So, if we were to look at, this property right here, we can see that this needs to be 7,000 square feet to build. So it's not buildable at 4,500 square feet. And we can also see that there's a $185 grass cut lien on it. This property here, we can see has a demo lien of $8,600 from 2022. So this is the reason why when we attend an auctions and when our students attend auctions, they're the most prepared people there at the auction because they've actually done their due diligence. But let's say that we want to look up one of these properties right here and find out the zoning on it. Well, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up a Google search tool or some type of search engine, and we're going to talk in Little Rock, Arkansas zoning code. And we can see that it pulled up a couple of different links here. This one right here, if we were to click on, is the kind of the zoning code that is in one of those code directories that we talked about. So we can see that there's a bunch of different topics here. What we're looking for is the zoning, which is down here, chapter 36. So we can click on that. We can also see a couple of other links here. Here goes back to the city. Here's a PDF. Here goes to the zoning within the city. Well, here's a PDF that kind of breaks it down a little bit easier for us with some of these different zoning codes. So here we can see in R1, you know, so we're going to require 15,000 square feet to be a buildable lot. If we were to go here, look in this code, what we're looking for is we talked about kind of the definitions or the district regulations, excuse me. So as we're coming down here, here's the establishment of zoning districts and zoning map. And as we scroll down here further, we can see, okay, there's R1, R2, R3. And if we were to click on R1, for example, there we can see some of that same data, 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, well, we can see that we can see what the square footage requirement is. It also is going to tell us what the uses, you know, the uses for the property are, and what uses are not allowed here for the property. Sometimes it will tell us things like setbacks. So maybe you know, how far or distance between the road property needs to have, or a minimum width amount. You know, in some counties they may say, you know, property has to be at least 50 feet wide or 60 feet wide, or it may need to have a certain amount of frontage. You know, because every county writes up their own ordinances, it really, you know, kind of varies with the county. And so the only way you can know for certain is to read what the regulations are for that specific district. So, you know, in this case, you know, we can see there are the setbacks right there. You know, it's like for the front yard setback having a depth of not less than 35 feet. You know, from the side yard, not less than 10 feet. And, you know, no conditional use in district will be approved having a side yard setback of less than 25 feet. Or anyhow, all those things, you know, are things that would matter as well. But they put at the very beginning, you know, the most important information for us, you know, which is what the square footage requirements are, because that's a number that we can, you know, the properties either meet that number or they don't. And so it's a black or white, you know, yes or no question on usability with those. And that's kind of the information that we're looking for primarily. You know, that's what we basically need to know that our property is usable.
Yeah, exactly. If we were to look underneath R2 here, we can see that, you know, the lot area regulation is 6,000 square feet and not less than 50 feet lot depth by 100. So we need to be at least 50 by 100. So if it's 40 by 140, well, that's not going to work because it needs to be at least 50 feet wide and 100 feet in length. And so based on that, then we can go back and start looking at different property. So if we were to go to this list here, and let's look up a property here. Now, what I'm going to do is I've got kind of the regulations here, so I know. And we're going to go back to this, and instead of putting in zoning code,
Oh, you cut out for a second there. Let's see if it comes back. For some reason, I don't know why I can't hear you. Yeah, that's odd. I can't hear anything. Let me just make sure here. I think people can still hear me. But yeah, I can't hear you. You know, we should probably ask people real quick here. Oh, good. Oh, good. You see here. Okay, so I think somebody can hear me. I believe I'm talking at least, or yeah, I'm pretty sure people can only hear me right now.
Yeah, sorry about that. Are you starting to hear me okay again now?
Yeah. Yep. Got you again.
Sorry about that. So we're going to go ahead and type in zoning map. And here we can see, you know, here's a PDF. Here's some applications. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and look up the zoning code here. So here we can see we came here to where we've got some different map applications. Here's interactive zoning data, official zoning PDFs. We can see some of the other stuff here as well that could be helpful. We're going to go ahead and click on this link here, which will be the interactive map. And then we can come here to the search tool. I'm going to go ahead and type in that address. So there we can see it right there. And I don't know why it's not showing the zoning for that area. It should be colored.
I think it's just loading.
Yeah, it's taking a while. But we should be able to look in here as well. Try this one.
And if it's having any problem, we just go to the PDF.
That's usually a good one to look at. I don't know what's going on with it today.
We can go into a different area if you want, or
yeah, try another address here. We could go into a different area too. It won't matter. But what we should be able to do is to go ahead and I don't know what's going on with that. We could try looking up North Little Rock.
Ooh, okay, I'm pulling to the wrong loop. I see that. I see that.
So here for North Little Rock, here's the zoning ordinances. And here's the zoning map right here for North Little Rock. So here's a property in North Little Rock. Let's check this one.
You're going to follow the lines of the other ones by coming in here. See.
And here you can see the different color coordinated over here on the left-hand side. So as we scroll it out, we should be able to see the different colors of some of these different areas as it starts moving in.
No, maybe. What the fuck?
It's so dumb that they take this long to pull up sometimes.
I don't know if it's my internet today or what's going on, but I hate when it works sweet, and then when I try to show an example, I start having issues.
Yeah, it's like it's so useless without the colors. Like,
yeah, well, it kind of looks like it could be R1.
Okay.
You know, if it's this kind of cream white color still. But usually it's a lot more simple than it show it to me right now.
well, we should be able to see an area there where there's other zoning, so we can see the color difference there. Is there somewhere like that? Or we can see, there you go. So if we scroll in a bit, we can,
while.
Well, and I think we are seeing the color there. It's just a weird color, so it doesn't, it's like an off-white, so it kind of just looks like white. I'm sure if you're looking there in closer, you see some of the other areas, you can see how the color changes. But also, if we wanted to change something with zoning, typically zoning is organized the way it is to try to keep properties within the areas where they make the most sense. And so you're generally not going to be able to just change your zoning from one to something else just for whatever. Generally, there has to be some kind of a reason or an argument that you can make for it. Like, like for instance, if the properties nearby are commercial or something like that, if you're trying to make a change, or if if you're trying to push for a different type of residential zoning, maybe you're trying to turn it into a duplex or something like that. Whatever it is, you need to make a case for whatever the zoning changes would need to be. Most of the time, we don't have to deal with any of that stuff, but it is something that's possible for people to do, after they buy. It's also a way that you can increase property value in a lot of ways.
Yeah. So here it's starting to look. So here we can see, this property is on address for Timberline. It's this lot right here. We can get an idea of the color of the property. So over here, it looks like it's going to be R1 coating. Looks kind of that cream. We can see that this property right here, this red, is R4 zoning. Or no, actually, this could be R4. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So we've got R4 there in kind of the darker maroon, and then we've got C3, commercial 3 there in the red. Oh, and there's a lighter pink. There's also a commercial C2, I think, down there as well.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, we would need to look up R1 and see, is this a buildable lot, based on the size. Now, I already know R1 in this particular area is going to be a bigger lot than this one. So this one's going to be too small to probably be a buildable lot.
Well, how big is that lot? Do we have square footage on it or size or anything?
Oh, maybe not. This one actually may be buildable. Let's see. It's 12,000 square feet.
So it's about a quarter acre.
So it needs to be zoned 7,000 square feet. So it is a buildable lot. This is one that we had. There's also no liens listed on it. So this would have been one of the properties that our students would have bidded on at the right price, because it is zoned R1, and based on the size, it is a buildable lot at over 7,000 square feet.
Where are the ordinances for this North Little Rock? It seems like we saw this a second ago.
Well, that was Little Rock, not North Little Rock. So I'd have to look up the coding right here underneath North Little Rock so that we can see. But I think it's 7,000 square feet and above for most of the residential. So if it's R1, R2, R3, they've kind of made it all 7,000 square feet or larger. So here's the zoning.
See, I did it totally.
And there looks like maybe that's the districts. And here we go.
Oh yeah, so you got the different, the ones down there below. You've got residential, commercial, industrial.
There's R1. And each lot needs to be 60 feet, the building line, and 7,200 square feet.
Yeah.
So this lot that we were looking at that was, 12,000 square feet, we'd make sure that it's got, at least 60 feet worth of driveway or frontage, which it looks like it does there. We'd maybe check the setbacks a little bit, since you have this point here that sticks out. But based on the square footage and the minimum lot size, it looks like it'd be a buildable lot at that point.
Yeah. Well, and essentially, this is what we would need to choose, and what we're talking about when an area changes it. So if we're looking at like the zoning map, and we see all the properties there that are R1, it's really all the county has to do is make a vote, during the right meetings there, and they can make changes to things like the minimum requirements here in ordinances. And so what would happen is suddenly all of these lots here that when they were, when they were subdivided, were, only required 7,200 square feet to be usable. So they made a point of making sure that all of the, all the lots are at least 7,200 square feet. Suddenly require 15,000 square feet of space, or 10,000 square feet, foot lots. They may just increase it a little bit, but it doesn't matter because all the lots were subdivided for 7,000. So if 10,000 is required, then suddenly none of these lots that we're looking at are usable unless you buy two of them there next to each other. That's what it would take in order to make a property usable.
Yeah, in fact, if we look at this property right here, we can see here's the address of the property. It does have some value to it, but and looking to the not, it's a nice lot, but the opening bid is too high. There's, we can see all of the different liens that are on the property.
Yeah.
And, it needs a minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet to be buildable. So it does look like it's buildable, but we do have quite a bit of liens on it. And we can see here, based on the yellow, I think it's R3 or R2.
Well, and with $1,000 in liens against the property, the issue is whatever we cost to win the property at auction. If let's say it takes $500 to win, or $1,000 to win the property at auction, suddenly we're way over that 10% threshold or mark that we're looking for on properties that are probably valued right around that range. $1,000 in liens is enough to dramatically change the numbers on an investment that is valued at at $10,000. And so a lot of times, what we're looking at is what percentage of value the lien represents. And in this case, liens at 10% of value is a lot.
Yeah, definitely. So that's kind of the process that we're going to go through in looking to make sure it's a buildable lot. We're going to go ahead and check the code, and then we're going to back that code up by the zoning map to make sure that everything looks good. Then at that point, we can know that it's a buildable lot, and we're going to go ahead and bid on it. Let's go ahead and go look at a couple of these lists, and then I'll turn this back over to you here in a second, Shade, and kind of go through some of the processes of looking at the value of some of these properties as well.
Yeah.
So
in fact, we're looking at the Monroe, Pennsylvania properties. We're going to check out values on some of these.
Yeah, and kind of go through a little bit of the process of doing that. So here, we do have some links where I've just kind of pulled up that area of where the property is located. But one thing about this is you can see all of this link here is going to take us to the county map information. So let's look up this property right here. So it takes just a second. It'll kind of pull up this heading here, but it'll log over onto the property map here in a minute, and then we can look at the profile and any of the other information right here. So we can see here's that lot. In fact, I think this might have been one that you were showing earlier, Shade.
Yeah,
in the
examples.
It is. We can see the address here. I can click on the profile to see the address. It's Scenic Drive in Chessville. One other thing I kind of like to do is look up the properties next to it to get an address as well. In fact, I shouldn't have clicked off that map so quickly. But let's say that, I wanted to get the full address and kind of see where this property is. I could click on this house next to it, and it's going to pull up this little file here that I could click on. And then I've got an address to the property right next door to it. So then I could go ahead and go to Google Maps. And was this in?
Oh, the city. No, it's not. It's a different. It's in like. Oh, there you go.
So now I've got the property located right next to it. So it's this lot right here between these two homes. Now we can take that address and go back to Redfin And like Shade showed you earlier, we're going to type in that address, but we're going to go ahead and take off the number so that we can pull up just that street. Now you can see here's where that street's located. And we can see all of the different properties that are for sale around here. Now we want to just look at land. So I'm going to filter out any of the other properties, just click on land. So we can see just in this area, there's about 9 homes for sale. Now we're looking at a pretty small area. We may go ahead and expand that a little bit to give us some more comps. Then we can look and see which properties are the lowest properties. So we can see that the cheapest one starts at 4,200 and this one here is at 69, and we can see kind of where they're located. So here's 69. Now we know our property is right around here, so the closest comps are one for 17, 30, and 25. Now also one thing we can do is when we're looking at the for sale properties, we can look at some of the other properties to get an idea if they may have HOA dues. So we can see up here in this area, it's $78 a month. That's one of the higher ones that I've seen. We'll check this one here that's close by. This one's $69 a month. So this particular area looks like it may have a little bit higher HOA, which may, may determine that we don't buy within this area depending on the property value. But then what we'll also do is check the sold comps and see what properties have sold for. So the closest properties here, and it's probably this Indian Mountain Lake. That's probably the HOA that we're going to have to look into. But what's kind of a little bit weird is some of these HOAs have kind of been a little bit different as far as what they're asking on the for sale. Usually I'll see them and they'll be pretty similar, but this one's showing us some different numbers. So we'd have to look into a little bit more of this Indian Mountain Lake area. But here we see a property that sold for 28, 28, 29, 46. And we can see that there's some cheaper properties out here around it, but at least the ones that are closer to where this one have a little bit higher value.
Yeah, in fact, that's kind of what we're looking at. These are going to be our best comps. This is the best snapshot of the market and what's happening there. So we can see, what sold in the last year compared to the properties that are currently listed right now, and then the closest properties like you saw Steve do there. We weren't just looking at necessarily the cheapest, although we always want to know what the cheapest properties are in the area, kind of what they start at, because that's going to tell us, the bottom of the market. It can also help us identify markets that are saturated with too much cheap property. But these are going to be our most accurate comps of the properties that are closest to our property, and sold. The sold properties are just undeniable proof of value, and so we can use any of these solds, especially if they're similar to our property, very similar. Then they can be a very accurate indication of what the property's worth.
Yeah, exactly. And when we're listing property, we may use similar type of photos in our listings. Now, the one thing that this listing doesn't have a lot of information on is the actual property outline, like the lot line or the GIS map or anything like that. We would include some of those along with some of this other information about the lakes and golf courses and parks or anything like that else that's near the area.
Yeah, what's one thing that you'll find, and it's interesting, it's worth doing, especially when you're looking at investing in an area, is look at some of the other ads that are up there, property ads, and what you'll find is most of your property ads have tons of major problems, or at least the majority are not great ads. You occasionally have ads that are great, and those are the ones that you want to try to duplicate or kind of copy. They're going to be the ads that are the most appealing. They provide the most information. So images are really important with ads. If you ever see ads that don't have any images, they never get any attention. And the fewer images you have, generally the less attention you're going to get. So the more images that you can provide there, the better. But also, it needs to be information that images that convey information, like, for instance, property lines, like an overhead image of of the property, like this would have been really smart to include in that listing so that, a prospective buyer knows where it's at. It's hard to it's hard to know how interested you might be in that particular property, if you can't identify where it's located at. I think that's one of the things that people have to be able to do is know precise location, precise property boundaries, and then some of this other information on top of that will be helpful.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We can kind of do the same thing with this property right here. This is this property right here that's listed. Include the link back to kind of where, where it's located, right around here. We can see it through the GIS map here.
Yeah,
and so
it's in the little cul-de-sac. Sometimes they can be hard to see. One thing I found that was pretty nice is that, on most of these, the roads. Actually, which one was I using last night with the roads? Oh, you know what it was? Never mind. I'm thinking here it was the Mississippi map. The map that they have there with all the property we're looking at there. That's the one that tells you if a road goes through or not, or if it completes, or if it's basically just a paper road or not, which is one of those things that we're oftentimes looking for or looking at when we're at overhead images like this, is to make sure that roads go through, because it's fairly common to have roads suddenly stop, because of some kind of an obstacle that may cost more money than it's worth, for them to to complete. And so, yeah, just because it has a street there doesn't necessarily mean that it's accessible.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Here we can get an idea of what the properties are selling for. Looks like this area is called the Mountaintop Estates. Here's some properties that are currently for sale. We can look into. And what we're looking for is any kind of HOA information. These ads can help educate us about the area as well. So we can see it, here's some of this stuff, but I don't see any HOA on it at this point. Let's look at another one.
No, that so far that's a good sign. Looking at a couple of properties, if we haven't seen HOA fees, there we go, $27 a month on that one.
Yeah. So, let's say that we decided that we wanted to bid on one of these properties here within this area. Well, we know that chances are it could be $27 a month. Maybe it's a few, have to figure out what that is over a year period. And worst case scenario, it's going to cost us that. Now, based on the fact that we see a bunch of here at 7,500, there's probably going to be other properties that are going to be a little bit more profitable that we can look into. Where we've got a lot of these properties that are starting around 10 to 20 grand. So if we listed it at $5 or $6 grand, we pay $800 for it. We should be able to sell it fairly quickly without paying that, that fee for a very long time.
Yeah, well, and knowing this ahead of time, like, if we're able to look at comps like this and we see that, the cheapest property here, was at about 8,000, it really informs us about our maximum bid and potential profitability, and what is going to make the most sense. If we know that's kind of our bottom line, let's say, or that we can get at least 8,000, or $8,000 is where it starts at, then it's going to help us figure out what maximum bid is going to make the most sense, or how much profitability we're looking for, out of the purchase that we make.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Another thing that we'll have you guys start looking at, and you can see some of the information here with links. So you can come here to kind of look at some of these links, but the Illinois tax sales, here is, well, that's just some of the examples. But here's that page that has all of the different counties. And if you were to click on this link underneath number E, it'll take us to the over-the-counter list. So I was using that example of Alexandria in the slide. Here is the latest list, and this is where we're going to see which properties are still available. So we can see, here are the ones that are still available for sale. And then here are the links that we can use to start researching the property. In addition to that, we also have auctions that are taking place each month as well.
Yeah, in fact, they have a lot of buying opportunities there in Illinois between their sales or in their over-the-counter opportunities. There's a fair amount of opportunity there if you follow along with the sales. So we follow along with all of these sales because they do have a lot of inventory that they go through, and a good chunk of it is going to be stuff that we just ignore or that we're not interested in. But there's always properties within each list that are worth going after. That have the potential to work really well, and we see some interesting properties. Well, even sometimes homes. We've had students that have bought homes off of this Illinois tax sale list several times, and done pretty well with them.
Yeah, exactly. So here I'm looking at a list that's coming up for the auction on the 13th. And as I'm going down this list, a lot of these will be in different towns within the county. So, I can see a lot here. It looks like it's 55 by 120. Well, that could be a buildable lot. It's going to depend on the code within this city, but it very well could be. So if I want to look more into this lot, and look at the market value quickly, I could just go ahead and type in that city, and you can see that it's a smaller town, but we do have property starting for sale. Let's see what the cheapest is. We've got some lots. We've got one lot here at $3,500. Now this one may be landlocked, and then the next one it starts at 15, and here's one for 25. So this lot that we're looking at, let me erase a couple of these. Right here might be similar to some of these lots right here as well. But we could come in here and we could filter this down and look at just the land. So we've got, a lot here at 30 grand and a couple of building lots here at 15 to 25. And then this one here that looks like it could be kind of an outliner. Kind of looks like to me that that's landlocked, and there might be a river or something there. Maybe that's a drivable street, but
yeah, it's interesting. What is nice though is that we can use the listings there, to learn other information about the property in addition to what the prices are, that they're listing it for. Especially with small towns like this, it tells us a lot about comps and value. It's also a good idea to always look at results there, like for instance, sold or properties that are for sale, starting from the lowest price and working your way up, so we can see where the market bottoms out. It's also going to help you identify when a market is saturated. So if you pulled up that list and there were 100 properties and you could see 10 of them that were starting at $1,000. That would be an example of a market that was fairly saturated. In other words, the investors that bought there are desperate enough that they've bid each other down to the point where they're selling the properties for $1,000 just to try to unload it, and there's more than one of those. Essentially, that's kind of what we're trying to avoid. At least when we buy in a market, we want some idea about what's going on, how long it might take to sell there, how many properties have sold. And this is the kind of information that we learn as we're going through and looking at these comparable properties that are surrounding in the neighborhood, and we see how long it takes them to sell and how much they sold for. All of this stuff helps inform us dramatically when it comes to setting our maximum bid, and also just learning about the area that we're buying. Another thing too is doing all of this the first time is really the challenges where we have the learning curve, but they're going to hold another sale, and the next time they hold the sale, you're not going to have you won't have the same learning curve again because you already have some of this information gathered, or you know where to find it. And so it typically only gets easier and easier as you return to auctions after you've participated once.
Yeah, definitely. So, if we were looking at this particular property here, we've got an address here. If we were to look up that address, we can see that there used to be a mobile home on the property. We can see the image when this was taken. Well, the fact that there's a mobile home, that tells us a few things about the property. It means that it could be connected to water and power. We can definitely see some power lines right here. electricity, maybe it's connected to a sewer system, maybe it has a septic, maybe it's connected to water or a well. Any of that information is going to be additional clues to it, but we can see that it used to have a mobile home on it. Now, a question that we would have is will they still allow mobile homes? We can figure that by looking into the zoning. So as we look at the zoning, let's say it's zoned R3. Well, R3 may allow mobile homes, which means that we could resell this as a mobile home lot. But either way, we could kind of look at this lot, get an idea of what we think the value is based on, what it could be. And so could it be worth it picking it up for $831, or let's say even $1,000? Well, if the two lots that we have, in looking at the sold information, we have a couple of properties here. This one sold for $8,300. Looks like it used to have a house on it, but they just sold it as a vacant lot this year for $8,300. We can see that the junk trailer sold for $58,000. That very well could have been a tax sale property, and then it kind of jumps up to 30, 40, 60 grand. So even though this isn't a big market, if we bought this property for the right price, and if it has the right usability, maybe it does allow mobile home, and we can look and see what some of the other properties for sale are in the area. When we look at the for sale listing, seeing kind of the lowest one's 15 grand and 25 grand. Well, if we offer this lot at let's say 6 grand, we're going to be the cheapest property in here. And it's not like we've got a bunch of cheap property that we're competing against. Would be cheaper than anyone else except for this non-usable lot.
Well, and we'd be probably one of the very few properties in the area for a mobile home, that had all the setups there. I mean, people are always looking for lots that that they can place a mobile home on, so they can get out of the rental fees that they've had forever. And so that's very appealing. In fact, I would say that the mobile home lots are highly desired and something you won't have a problem selling at all in most cases.
Yeah, well, it looks like that there's a few mobile homes within this area. And so, even a lot like this, even though we're not in a major big city, if we get it for a cheap enough price, then it could make sense to sell it. And let's say that we had somebody who contacted us here and said, I've always wanted to buy a piece of property here, but I don't have the $8,000 to buy the lot from you right now. If I was to give you $2,000 down, would you finance the remaining? Well, in that case, that $2,000 down would cover your payment of, let's say you bought it for $1,000, plus give you some profit. Now you've got somebody who's paying on it monthly, and you're not going to transfer that deed until they paid it in full. So, when we're talking about tax sale investing, we're talking about figuring out creative solutions where we can help ourselves, help other people, and we can make some money in the process. So, this is the reason why we want you to get a couple of these practice properties so that you can learn how to be able to do this without taking a massive risk on a property as a first-time investor.
Yeah, I think that's also a good point, that when you're doing wholesale deals, the deals that typically work best are the ones where everybody's winning. Everybody's getting what they want out of it. So as the buyer, you're making a good profit on your property, but you're able to sell it quickly and for enough. But for the buyer picking it up, they're going to make money on it as well because they're getting it for a better deal, as a cash buyer. That's part of the appeal of buying wholesale. Is them getting it for a good discounted rate, and that works really well for finding buyers most of the time, because we can usually beat out the pricing of our competitors. We can usually go under them because we paid less on the properties, and so that can be a powerful tool if we're trying to get the property sold quickly. Trying to get a property sold in an area, pricing it cheaper than other properties is a guaranteed way to get to get a certain amount of attention.
Yeah, definitely. Well, what I can do, Shade, is I can turn the slides back over to you, and we'll go over the pre-foreclosure slides and talk a little bit about pre-foreclosures, and then call it an afternoon here.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
All right. Let me just make sure I've got it on the right screen here. All right, perfect. All right, pre-auction investing. So we're getting opportunities at these tax sales. When we attend auctions, we're bidding on properties. We're basically giving ourselves those opportunities, those at bats. Where we have a chance to swing at properties here. That's what it takes in order to get a deal here eventually. But and we talk about looking at sales in both location-based areas that have regular sales that are happening and also opportunity-based sales. But we also need to extend that to try to get properties that end up redeeming at some point, because what we have when that list comes out, we have a list of buyers, that are on the verge of losing the property to foreclosure, and it makes them highly motivated to sell. And we can take advantage of that as long as we act quickly here. Following when the list comes out, we can figure out deals that we can work out with people. This is very common with bank foreclosures, but it hasn't been common with tax sales, at least up to this point. Now we know that obviously this is a strategy that is being picked up, but in tax sales, it's pretty well been ignored for the most part.
Yeah, in fact, we created our pre-auction profile. If you guys have got into our home study program and some of our membership program at all, we have 8 different investor profile types. And each profile has a certain strategy, whether that be like an online tax deed investor. And we have how that strategy works and a list where you can use that strategy. So we created this strategy a long time ago. We've been talking about it, but it's to the point now where we really think this year we're going to make sure that all of our coaching students are using this strategy. That way you have multiple streams of income. You have multiple opportunities to buy. We can do this on land. We can do it on homes. We can do it on commercial property. And it's really just a numbers game. If you send enough letters, we're going to get some of those people that respond. And those people that respond are possible deals. And so every single person that's on the call today, we want to make sure that you're implementing this strategy, because if not, you're essentially leaving money and opportunity on the table.
Yeah. Yeah, and really it's about finding methods. I mean, ultimately, tax sales themselves are really just a finding method for opportunities. And it's about trying to have many different finding methods that are out there for deals that come in. So that you're not completely reliant on what you can win from from the sale. You're also getting opportunities before the auction to pick up properties, which have a lot of benefits associated with being able to do that. So there are a couple of different ways that you can go about trying to get properties coming in here.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so a couple of different things we can do. We like to take kind of a targeted approach to pre-foreclosure investing, meaning that obviously, if you wanted, you could just send out notices to all of the people that are on a tax sale list. But that isn't really how we want to operate. What we want to do generally is be a little bit more targeting than that, in terms of going after certain types of properties or properties that fit a set criteria. So maybe if we're looking for properties, maybe we send it out on homes, and maybe on land that's valued above a certain amount. Or maybe we're looking for specific types of property that we send them on, or we send them out to. It doesn't have to be all the properties on the list. In fact, it could also be with lots of different auctions here that you can be going through and looking at. The idea, though, is to be able to record some information. You can send out these letters to these targeted properties, the ones that meet the criteria of what you're looking for. That way, anybody that responds back is certainly a property that you want, and a potential deal if you can make the numbers work.
Yeah, exactly. If we've already done a little bit of the research, we know that it looks like a usable property. It has value. We've done a quick search and we don't see a bunch of debt connected to the property or liens. Maybe it has a warranty deed. We know when they're contacting us back that there's a good chance they're going to want to be able to do a deal. And so as we do a more targeted approach, we're going to have more people that respond to us versus just sending it out to everyone and people that don't qualify. We might as well send it to properties that could actually qualify or that we could buy. Another strategy that we can use is we could buy land for cash. I don't think this strategy is being used by very many investors. The advantage of buying land for cash is we can do the deal quickly. When we're talking about doing a home, we've got to find a hard money lender if we're not using our own cash. We've got to find an inspector, an appraiser, all of these different things. With land, as long as the deal works out, then we can do it fairly quickly. We can get a title company to quickly do it for us. We don't need any inspections. We don't need any financing. A lot of times these properties, if we're talking about land, aren't going to have any mortgages or debt connected to the property. Many times they're going to have a warranty deed. Many times they're going to have an out-of-state investor. And so all of those strategies, instead of spending $5,000 on buying a piece of land at the auction, you could spend $5,000 doing a pre-foreclosure on a lot and automatically get a warranty deed, which will help you be able to resell it quickly. We talked about this before. We also want to implement multiple strategies. We want to be able to do location-based auctions like Florida and Texas, and we want to do opportunity-based auctions. We can also do multiple year tax liens. So not only can we look into tax deeds, but we can look into redemption deeds. This could be used in obviously Texas, in Georgia, in Tennessee. But then also we could look into tax lien certificates that are near the end of the redemption period. So let's say that you live in Arizona and you wanted to try buying some property in Arizona. Well, looking at tax liens that have 2 to 3 years worth of tax liens and are near foreclosure, that's a motivated buyer. The advantage of doing the pre-foreclosure is I think it could be argued that these are the most motivated property owners on earth, because they have a time set where they're going to lose their property to government foreclosure. This isn't a bank. This isn't anything else that they might be able to stop. If they don't pay the debt, they lose the property. And so we're targeting our approach to some of the most motivated property owners in the country right now by doing this strategy.
Yeah, well, what's nice is you can pursue pre-foreclosures in areas that you wouldn't be able to pursue anything with tax sales. Let's say that you're looking just for tax deeds, and redemption deeds don't really work for you. You don't want to have your money tied up for a year or whatever after you buy. Well, what's nice about it is you can use this strategy here in pre-foreclosures to try to work out a deal with property owners here ahead of the sale. And you don't ever have to worry about dealing with the redemption period, because if you work out a deal with somebody, obviously you're gonna buy that before the sale takes place, which also gives you the added benefit of not having been through foreclosure. So you get a warranty deed. That also is a huge deal. That's going to make it much easier. So not only are you getting this property at a deeply discounted price, but you're also getting it without the title issues that tax deeds generally have. Without having a clouded title, you're still going to have a warranty deed at the end of that, so you can turn around and sell the property for full price. There's nothing that's going to stop you there. And again, it could work in redemption deed areas. It could also work in lien states, but some of these areas that have just live in-person auctions. So a good chunk of Texas and Georgia, they all do live auctions in both those states every month. I think on the first Tuesday of every month is when most of the counties will hold their tax sales. Pre-foreclosures would work well in any of those areas, and really just about any other state as well. I don't know that it has to be those areas, but I think the main point is just that it will work in areas that normally wouldn't work for you with tax sales. So it's kind of a way to open up additional areas to you, just because you could pursue this in places that you aren't doing any kind of tax sale investing in.
Well, in some of these redemption deed states, you could do it even after the auction. So let's say that Georgia has an auction coming up next month, and there's properties that bid at the auction. Well, they have a year redemption period. So you could contact that owner and say, hey, your property sold at the auction. Looks like if you don't have this taken care of in a year from now, you're going to lose 100% ownership of it. Are you interested in selling the property? Now, you may have to pay the penalty. It's part of the back taxes. So let's say that it bid to 40 grand and they require a 20% penalty. Well, you may have to pay that on top of it. But if it's a $150,000 house, and we have to pay an extra $5,000 in penalty plus the back taxes, plus giving them some money, we could still pick it up for 30 cents on the dollar and be able to get a warranty deed. So, really, we can almost target any property that's delinquent on their taxes using this strategy. But let's kind of break down the deal a little bit. Let's say, and this is kind of the number that we all want you to target, is doing 100 targeted mailers each month. Well, even if we were to put in 5 minutes of research per letter, so, I think that as you got into areas that you knew how to do, you had system in place, I think you could do it in 2 to 3 minutes. But let's say it takes 5 minutes per property. Well, that would be about 8 hours a month or around 2 hours a week. So, you're spending 2 hours a week, you're putting out 100 of these targeted mailers. Let's say that the stamps are, about $78 to be able to do 100 stamps. We're into this investment about $100. Now, let's say that those mailers, that we only get one deal for every 200 mailers we send out. So that, we're looking at this about as conservative as possible. Let's say that you only get one mailer completed deal out of 200 mailers. Well, that would be six deals a year. And let's say each one of those deals nets you $20,000. Well, that would be $120,000 a year. And you've put in a total cost of maybe $1,000 over that time frame to be able to get those 6 deals. And if you get a deal for every 100 targeted mailers, well, then that would double. You'd be over $200,000 in just those targeted deals.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of a numbers game, but one thing to keep in mind is that these people are probably not getting these kinds of notices from anybody else, especially with most of your tax sales, pieces of land. They're not getting any kind of notices, and so a lot of those people may feel fairly trapped in their situation, that they can't get out of, they can't afford it. If they don't have the money for it, and it's a piece of land, that they may not necessarily know how to get the property sold, may not feel like they know, or can get it done, especially with the time frame that they have left. And so you may be able to offer a lot of these people their only way out, which is one of the reasons why you can get people to respond, is because they haven't seen something like this before, and they are highly motivated to try to do anything they can to avoid either losing the property or to avoid losing it without getting anything for it. If they can sell the property, that's one thing, but they don't want to lose it, and get nothing out of it, essentially. And so, there are plenty of sellers out there, that need a deal like this to happen, and I think will be motivated to reach out or to contact you, because again, I don't think they're getting reached out by anybody else, and so these are people that need to figure out a way to avoid foreclosure so they can keep their property or get it sold beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with structured property, I think there's a big opportunity with structured property. There's going to be certain markets that have more of this done than other markets. Maybe some of the bigger cities, but some of the smaller cities, areas, counties could really be great to focus on. And you can even try some of the bigger areas. You never know how successful or how many people are actually doing it. We don't know. But as far as a couple of tips to think about, first thing we want to talk about is the hardest things with homes is gap funding. And what gap funding is this is the money that's needed to rehab the home. So if we're using a hard money lender, they'll a lot of times pay for the property, but many times they're not going to include that rehab cost. That rehab cost is essentially, if we were trying to get a loan on, it's called gap funding. And gap funding is a little bit more difficult to find than a hard money lender. There's a lot of people, let's say that you're buying a $100,000 home and you can buy it for 60 grand. There's a ton of lenders that'll go ahead and give you 60 grand on that, but they may not give you the extra 10 grand needed to do the rehab on the property. So we have a couple of different options. The first option is we can pay to rehab the home using our own capital. So if you've got, let's say you've got 30 grand set aside, you can use 10 grand of that to go ahead and rehab the home. The second option is we can sell the property before rehabbing, but we're still going to have some capital available to clean the property, change the locks, maybe even quiet the title. And so when we're talking about homes, that's one of the things that we need to take in consideration if we're going to be buying homes using this strategy is that the money needed to rehab the property.
In fact, I think that it's an area where a lot of students, when it comes to improved properties like homes anyway, they get a little bit too hung up on things like the rehab work on the property, when in reality, most of the time, if we acquire something like a property, like that, usually our first inclination is to look for the fastest buyer that we can find and to get the property sold, as quickly as possible. And so that's oftentimes going to be the property, depending on what it looks like at the time, what we want to do is make it appealing to investors, but to some investors, a property that is, that is in need of a rehab and that has everything set up for it, sometimes that is more appealing to them because that's where they make their money. So if you try to sell your property as rehabs all the time, you're removing a certain pool of buyers that are trying to find a rehab deal that they can do. So just because the property needs a rehab doesn't mean that it's not going to be appealing to many investors. What we need to do generally is just to make it investor friendly. So that includes getting it cleaned up so that we don't have junk lying around, getting it secured, having some good images of it as well, on the interior. Uh, all of these things can help us when it comes to finding the buyer. And we may not need to do any kind of rehab on it. Most of the properties that sell are done. Students are able to sell these without doing full rehabs. In fact, it's generally something that the end result buyer is going to be more inclined to do. We're really more in a wholesale position where we're picking it up for a good deal, and it's about the speed of the transaction rather than, than trying to do a rehab, which could extend the investment by months and months, could cost you a lot of money, and you could lose money, doing that as well. There's no guarantee that the stuff you're doing is going to be what buyers want, and automatically mean you're going to be able to sell the property when it's over. And so a lot of times, the best option is to keep things simple, to not plan on doing any major rehab on the property, but to look for a buyer who wants to do the rehab, who wants to do that part of the property, and so what they're looking for is exactly what you have.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, there's a lot of people out there teaching, doing different types of mailers and flyers, and for our opinion, most of that is useless. You're going to be spinning your wheels. In fact, one of our students that we're working with, she had been doing that for a while, doing a bunch of. In fact, I think she even has printers and things that she was using to print off these. Well, the difference is we're targeting these to some of the most, some of the most motivated sellers in the country. Plus, we've already done some due diligence to make sure that a deal can be had. So there's really an opportunity for some of our students to do a full-time business using this strategy. In fact, you may do 60% pre-foreclosure and only 40% auctions, especially if you get systems in place, you're getting deals coming in. There's a lot of ways that we can make money doing this. We can do deals using our own cash, like land. We can do deals using private money and some cash, like a single family home. We can also wholesale the property. And let me kind of explain how this would work. Let's say that you were to have somebody contact you on a home or a property, and you don't have the capital to be able to do that. So maybe or the time, or for whatever reason, it's not going to work out for you personally. Well, what you could do is you could go ahead and get a contract on that home. Say, you know what, I really want to help you. The problem is this is just too big of a deal, or more, it's going to, whatever it is, this is too big of a deal for me to do on my own. But what I want to do, if you allow me to, and if you would like me to, I'll go ahead and see if I can find you a buyer. And then let's say it's 3 weeks before the auction, we could go ahead and get that property under contract at a price and all of that kind of stuff, and then give ourselves an out where, hey, if we don't find a buyer in time, essentially, it's going to expire. Our agreement is going to expire, and then put that out on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace and see if you can find an investor that you could step in and essentially sell the contract to, doing kind of a wholesale, a traditional wholesale type deal. So, we would put up a Craigslist ad, homeowner is losing their home to tax foreclosure now. Ready to sell, need sell now, contact us today, and get the investors to contact you. You're able to go ahead and sell that to them and make a portion. So maybe you buy it for $40,000, you turn around and you resell it to the investor for $50,000, and you're able to make $10,000 off that deal by giving the deal to somebody else and having them do it, because maybe they have the cash on hand where they could go ahead and pay for that immediately, and you can do that in that time sensitive manner.
Yeah, you can also do things like, offering a special commission or finder's fees, to realtors, could be a way to get the property sold. I mean, on a deal like that, offering a 10%, let's say you offered, a realtor a 10% bonus, to get this property sold. That's such a large amount compared to what they make on properties that certainly you could have a lot of people that would seek to find you a buyer before they would find a lot of other people buyers, just because it'd be so much more profitable for them. And we can afford to pay 10% if we paid less for the property to start with.
Yeah, well, and you can also refer it to other people to essentially start doing the deals. So you could set yourself up with a handful of investors throughout the country, and you're doing pre-foreclosures just to send the deals to them to be able to do the deals, and you take a cut of the deal. In fact, I think as we get this going and we have students that are doing this, if they can't do the deal themselves, maybe they can refer it to one of our other students and say, hey, I've got this deal, I don't have the cash, but we know of a student that does have the cash. We could refer it to them, and you could get paid a finder's fee for referring that deal to another student that is able to do it. So we're going to kind of go through and talk about how we structure this, but we have some different videos that we can refer you back to, one on how to be able to do land deals and one how to be able to do structured deals. But the first thing we need to do is identify an auction list and pick some properties off that list.
Yeah, I mean, really, what we do, we break the pre-foreclosure deals into two parts, because really there's two different aspects of it. We have all the stuff that happens here, prior to the sale that we do, and then we have everything that happens after they contact you, or after you get a response back. So when we're looking for deals, again, that's just about identifying different auctions, then picking those properties and recording the information we need in order to send out these letters or mailers, anything that is that we want to send, whether it be a letter or some kind of a flyer, and we can send those out there to the owners, and basically sit back and wait for responses. Once we get a response, that's where we get into part two of the deal here, where we need to start gathering information about the property, about the owner, so that we can make sure that we're covering, we're getting all the information we need in order to calculate the numbers correctly. So, for example, this is what we're going to get: the owner information. We're going to ask the owner as well about any liens that they may be aware of here, with the property, or anything that we should be aware of with the property. If there's anything connected or attached to it, we're going to have to know all of that in order to be able to work the deal. We have to have real numbers. We have to be dealing with all of the numbers as well. So things like liens against the property, we need to be made aware of. Now, we can search out and find those liens, but it's helpful if the owner will tell us what they are. It also kind of shows the owner revealing, everything that they know about the property, and it's something that we can verify. So if the owner says, yeah, I think there's a couple of liens here, we can go in and look at those and find them, and check out the amount. So we can kind of, we can check the, we can check the property owner here a little bit as well, the things that they tell us, but we're going to verify anything that they do tell us here, about the property through the county records, and other information that we can obtain. So we get some information from the owner about the property, and about about what they would like to do. We can get some idea, I guess, of what their motivation is, and if there's any other numbers we may need to be concerned about. We can also start doing our information to validate or verify that information in the county records. Is kind of what we do next.
Yeah, definitely. And as I mentioned, we have two different videos that can take you through each one of these steps. But when talking with an owner, let's say it's a structured property and it's their mother's home or something like that, and they're renting it out, or it's been vacant, we can find a ton of information from them. We can have somebody go over there and take an inspection of the property. We can look at the interior. We can get an appraisal done. We can do all of these things like we would with a traditional real estate deal, which is going to help us determine, what our profit margins are going to be. So there's a lot less guessing in doing these different type of deals. And if we're just flipping land, well, that's going to be pretty basic and pretty easy to do as well. So what we'll do now is we're going to go look at, maybe a Florida county or so, and kind of go through and just show you how easy it is to pull up this information, make a decision on a property, to see if it's going to be a good investment, and then we'll go ahead and call it an afternoon.
All right, let's do this then. Let's jump over here.
But we can do this anywhere, and how we want to help you set this up is where you've got some areas that you go back to month after month after month. You understand that area. You've set up power teams within that area. That's going to help you do the deal quicker. So you've already got a title company on hand that knows, hey, when I call, they know that this is going to be a quick deal. We've got to do it quickly. You've got somebody who understands where you're coming from. Maybe you've got an inspector on that can go view those properties quickly, and you can go back and use the same thing and the same team, month after month.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, if there is audio, if it keeps going out, I apologize here. I haven't been able to hear on my end, but if it's happening here, sorry here, apologize for that. Probably is something going on here today with it, but hopefully you're coming through clearly. All right, so we're going to go into and look at a couple of counties here, and the process we would go through. And then I know that Kathy also had a question about auction registration. Registering for auctions, and I was wondering if we could go through and talk about some of that when we get a chance as well, or for looking at any sales. So maybe we can do that as we're checking out sales, as we can go through some of the auction registration stuff. But let's first go through and talk about how we go through this process here of identifying the properties we're going to send out pre-foreclosure letters to. Is there a certain county?
Click on a county that has some land, like maybe Lee County. In fact, I was kind of thinking about this. We took some students to Sebring, Florida last year, because they were one of the few counties that were still holding an on-site auction in Florida. And we were looking through and bidding on these different lots, and the lots, bidded pretty aggressively because, there was a lot of people building in that area. They were selling quickly. And I was just looking at all of these different pieces of land that were starting out at $2,000, $3,000, and it probably sold for close to 10 grand that were worth between 20 to 40. And, and so all of these owners that were out of the state, that they were the right type of deals to be able to buy that property before it hit the auction.
Yeah, and again, these are not people that are being spammed with information, or most likely a lot of these people probably don't really feel like they've got many options, not really sure how to sell the property, and don't have the money to pay it off. And so, yeah, we can offer them a way out that'll put something in their pocket as well, rather than just losing the property altogether. So again, generally you're going to have a certain class here, or qualifications you want the properties to meet. And so, if it's land properties or if it's homes, we can figure those out pretty quickly here, just checking properties out. And we already have, information, so we can already see immediately that we have a property owner that lives somewhere else, other than than where the property is located. So it's not like it's it's not an owner-occupied property here. And in fact,
yeah, and we've got the mailing address of who we need to mail them. So we send it to Juman there at Palm Beach Boulevard. If it's a company too, we can always look up and see if we can find that LLC or company, and maybe they have a more current address. So maybe the address is old. We could look up that, and then we're sending it to, to somebody that nobody else has done that extra step to see where they're at, and have a higher chance of them actually bidding on it. We can look at the sales history and see what type of deed is issued on it.
There we go. And so we can see that it sold last in 2020 for $15,000. Yeah, as a vacant property. Oh, interesting. So it sold as improved property in 2016 and 1989. So between 89 and 2016, it was improved and it's vacant. And so it must have had property on there that was demoed.
Look and see. Well, it could have been a trailer too.
Yeah, so it did have a warranty deed here on that last transaction.
look underneath that building construction permit information right below the sales information. Let's just see if there's anything there. Oh, there's a demo, 2017. So we were able to access the demo information without actually even needing to look up the property owner. So automatically we know that there was some type of demolition on this house. We would check and see this very well could have been done by the property owner, but it also could have been done through the city. But we know that, as of quite a few years ago, there used to be a property on it.
The fees they paid haven't been too bad. I mean, at least not related to any kind of demolition.
Those are probably notices if it was done through the city, at least.
Oh, yeah.
What about if you click on that top code enforcement? Does anything come up underneath that?
Let's see. Oh, yeah, look at that. How nice. It allows you to find liens here for Lee County.
Yeah. There's all kinds of additional tools that the county will have that can help us. We might need to type in some of the ownership information there or the legal description, but that's definitely the parcel number. But that's definitely a unique way that we can check for additional information. We say that as tax sale investors, we're really county record detectives. We're property detectives. We're looking at different clues.
Oh, is this if you want to make? Is this if you want to make a complaint?
I think it's so you can look it up. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look at it. Oh, maybe an application. Maybe it is. But, either way, we know a little bit more about this property. And, just based off the fact that it has a demolition on it, we could look and see if there's a lien against it. If there's not, then it could be worth bidding on. Or we might just move to a property that doesn't have, a structure on it from the past.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting here. All right. Access undetermined. That sounds like a landlocked property, but let's pull it up and look. Sometimes it says access undetermined, but there actually is access. Oh, this looks like it's out in the middle of nowhere, though.
It looks like it's right next to the ocean.
Yeah, it does.
But, we can see the owner record up there. We can see it's a P.O. box in Chicago. And so if we did want to contact them, we have that information. We could copy that and put that onto an Excel doc or to a Google Sheets doc with the address, the property information, any notes that we have.
Oh, it is like, it is kind of an extra leftover piece of property here.
I wonder if you could build on that one side.
Over here?
Yeah.
I don't know. Well,
might not be able to.
See how they've got valued. A lot of times, well, look at that. That's crazy. So the valuation on the property went from $8,000, which it's been since 2004. So they suddenly jumped up the value to $43,000 taxable value last year. I wonder what the reason is.
I don't know. Maybe they're determining that it's more usable than they thought it was before. Or the property values in that area have jumped up significantly. So the homes and lots within that area have jumped up so much that this property, just as a result of the other properties around it being more valuable, this one has. Look at that. You can see that it's been split.
Yeah. It's funny. So, you can see back when it was part of probably a house with a bunch of land.
I think that was the development.
It could have been. Let's see. Probably was for $2 million. South Seas Plantation.
I think it was probably a big property that they subdivided into lots, and that lot that we're looking at, it was kind of the junk land, so to speak, of what they.
Oh yeah, yeah. In fact, yeah, you
can,
could go in there. You could see which ones they split up. That would make sense. It makes sense that was back when the area that we see there was actually was subdivided. It was right around that time period there. Oh, that's an interesting property, although I don't know about its usability here. Most of your properties are probably going to be fairly straightforward, unless they just don't show up here. Yeah, that one's kind of okay. So we've got $2,500 opening bid amount here on this, $20,000 estimated value. So part of what we're always looking at, or what the bid to value ratio is on the property, and at $2,500, is this property really worth $20,000? Let's see. Let's pull it up and just see what it is really quick. Florida real estate's been really hot for a long time.
Yeah, I'll bet it is more. And this would be a good example of the type of deal that we could do a cash deal on. So let's say that we determine that these lots are selling for 25 grand a piece. Well, they owe $2,000 in back taxes. Let's say that we give them 3 grand. We're into the property 6 grand. We turn around and sell it for 25,000. We make 19,000, 18,000 on the deal.
Yeah. So here we have an image from March of 2022, and yeah, I love this. We have the properties that are here are going to be probably relatively new constructions, or they could have been built anytime since since the area was subdivided here in Lehigh Acres. But with each one of these properties here, each one of these lots, while we were out driving in this part of Florida, in different parts of Florida here, there are lots of these types of subdivisions out there, that were probably subdivided, years ago, and that had lots of vacant lots, but they're starting to fill up. And what you'll see is property owners will first get the land cleared. They'll clear their lot out for any work that needs to be done on it. Like you can see, they would obviously need to come in here and clear trees and everything, moving back a ways, and then they start bringing in soil, or sand, to try to increase or elevate the property up a bit, because they want to try to get it a little bit more above sea level here, if they can. And then also, most counties are going to have some kind of a fee that they charge, to take a property from being vacant to being able to improved and kind of using it. Those were some of the factors that went into it. But certainly there were a lot of really good deals on properties, and so much construction going on there. Lots like these ones sell really well because there are a lot of people that are that are building there, and that are looking for land that they can pick up, or even land that they can hang on. In Florida, real estate's moving well enough that just holding on to property there tends to be profitable, because as it increases in value, you make money on it. So just holding Florida real estate right now, can be a profitable deal, and these kinds of properties are certainly highly desirable.
Yeah, well, and then we could take that Paisley Avenue, Lehigh Acres, and we could search just that address on Redfin, and it'll take us right down to that street, and we can see what comps are located right there where the property is located. We can see what's currently for sale, what's sold, and from there, help us determine if it's a lot that we're going to look at all those sales happening.
So many.
And so we could go ahead and look for just land. We could, scroll out a little bit, so we have, maybe we're looking at about half a mile or a mile's worth of area, and kind of see what the comps are within that.
So the property that we were looking at here is on this Paisley Avenue. It's one of these lots. Yeah, it might be that lot right there. Well, in fact, what is our number here? Let me. It's 316 is actually is the one that we need here. And oh yeah, it's going to be right up here. There's Paisley. So yeah, it's actually right up here. There's 320, and there is 316. So it's right across from this property right here. All right, so we can see where it's at there, and yeah, like Steve was saying, we don't have to back out very far. If we go back even just like a half mile here, we've already got a lot of properties there. We've got a lot of properties listed for sale. Let me switch.
Look at all the new construction homes. So you can see that all of those are renderings of new construction. In fact, that one's just a digital one.
Hold it down. Look at them all.
So you can see that there's a ton of homes being built within this area. Then we can check and see just what land is available for sale to help us give an idea. But we can see there's a ton of new construction happening. What does that mean? That means that these lots are selling.
Yeah. All right. So we've got 46 pieces of land in this area. And let's see. Let's price it from low to high. So the cheapest piece of property in the area is for $15,000. We've got 2 properties there. Let's see. Yeah, and then they jump up from there.
None of these have been on the market for very long. 5 days, 20 days.
Yeah, hardly at all.
They're probably moving pretty quickly. And then we jump up into the $20,000 area pretty quick.
Yeah. So if we're looking at 46 properties, pieces of land that are listed for sale here right now, and let's see out of what sold here real quick. Let's look for a 3-month period. Let's see how many we have here. And we've got 20 here in that same time period here. And let's look. So we're still looking at it from low to high. There was one lot sold for 11,000. Otherwise, 15,000 is kind of the bottom dollar here, and they go up from there.
We'd probably look back maybe 6 months or a year or two to get kind of a better idea. But definitely these are worth. We have a couple that sold for cheaper than that. Those could also include tax deed properties. But probably 20 to 30 grand is what this property is going to sell for. Depending on exactly where it's located. And so if they were to contact us back, we were to buy it for a total of $5 grand. We pay off the back taxes. We're able to, give them a few grand. And now we've got this warranty deed that we can turn around and resell for 25 grand and make, 15 to 20 grand on it.
Yeah, and if we were trying to win this same property, like let's say that it went to auction and we were participating in the auction trying to win it there, Florida is competitive enough that there's a good chance that this property is going to bid up over 50% of what it's valued at, even though its value might be limited to 30,000. Which we don't generally pursue properties like that. We're not going to pay that high of a percentage for a property that has a limited value like that. And so usually we can't win these properties, or these properties, that we don't really have a real chance at when they go to auction sometimes in Florida because of what other people are willing to pay. So this also kind of gives us a chance to get the property there before it goes into that sale, because if it does go to that sale, a lot of times it's not going to be worth trying to win it for, compared to what other people are willing to pay for it.
Well, and if you're already researching these properties in this county anyway, then it could make sense to go ahead and register for the county, put in a 5% deposit. And, if the properties do come up and some that you're interested in, you can bid on them. Maybe you're going to get outbid on 90% of them, but, you're able to win a few of those properties, over the year in this auction at the price that you want. You already have the researching process down, so it's not going to take a lot of time. You're going to go back right before the auction, pick out a few of them that you like. And if you already understand the markets there, you've already got an idea of what it can sell for. So you can say, okay, on these properties, if I can win them at auction for 20 cents on the dollar, or maybe even 25 cents on the dollar on some of the more valuable lots, I could still make money based on this market because I understand the market.
Yeah. One other thing I was just thinking here real quickly is just auction registration really quickly here. I'm going to talk about is just, so we have this sale coming up here in Monroe. And let's just talk briefly here about auction registration and any information we need to be aware of here. So yeah, we can see when registration is set up here. We can see that that they've got a deadline here for January 28th for this sale here in Monroe County. And then here we have click here for deposit instructions. And do I have this stored in here? I don't remember if I do. No, I don't.
It's part of the reason we have you guys, any of the new students have at least heard this, that we want you to get registered for real auction, bid for assets. It doesn't cost anything to get registered for this system. It's like registering for eBay, and then if you bid on an eBay auction, then you're bidding on the auction. So you're going to get registered for a bunch of these different websites. So at that point, you're going to put in your username and password, and then you can go through the registration process, for registering for that auction. So you're going to register for the platform, whether that be Bid for Assets or Real Auction, and then you'll register for the auction that you want to attend as well.
Yeah. So essentially, everybody on the call should be registered with Real Auction. They should be registered with Bid for Assets. They should be registered on iltaxsell.com. Well, others here should be. There's some other ones like Gubbies and a few other sites like that. They can also be good to get registered for.
Yeah. It doesn't cost anything. It just takes a few minutes. You're going to use kind of all the same information, so it's worth it to get registered for all of them, so that when the auction comes up, you've got a username and password. Plus, sometimes a username and password is going to give you access to additional information. So, for example, Zeus Auctions is a website that we'll use to bid at some auctions occasionally. And to even look at the list, you've kind of got to be registered for the auction, or at least not registered for the auction, but registered for their system, so you can even go in and see what's available.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, other than that, the main thing that we usually have for registration is if there's a deposit required, and then sometimes they have paperwork that we have to submit. But generally, that hasn't been very difficult to do.
Yeah, and every auction is going to be a little bit different. When we're doing opportunity-based auctions, we'll need to go through the registration process. But if we're already registered, so let's say that you picked one of these counties in Florida or Texas or somewhere, you can essentially just kind of participate in the auctions month after month after month and kind of play a longer term approach. So like when we were buying properties or homes in Florida, I would probably only win 1 out of 10 homes that we were bidding on, but in that kind of scenario, we got the homes that we want at the price that we want. So, it kind of every other auction, we were able to acquire one out of the list that we were interested in. So over the period of 6 months, maybe we acquired 2 or 3 homes, but we got them at the price that we wanted, and we were willing to let properties go above our preset limit.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't know if there's any others we want to check out here.
I think that kind of gives you a good idea, but what we'll want you guys to do is to go through some of these counties. You can look in Florida is a great opportunity. There's, especially for the land strategy, we can look at any of the counties in Texas. And one thing to remember, we don't have to do online auctions with this as well. We can use this strategy in areas that don't have any online auctions, like let's say Delaware, for example. Let's say you live over in the East Coast, you live close to Delaware. Well, they have auctions that take place, almost every single month in a bunch of their counties. They only have 3 counties. Well, you could go out and send pre-foreclosures in those areas. It doesn't have to have an auction. In fact, if it doesn't have an online auction, that's a way to be able to buy property in that area without attending the live auction there in person. So if I can't attend, an auction in Atlanta, Georgia, but I'd like to buy property there, and I don't want to travel there, the pre-foreclosure is a great way to be able to do that.
Yeah, really, it does. It opens up opportunities in a lot of areas that may not even work for tax sales in general. The other thing about it is because you're dealing with warranty deeds, and if this is before the foreclosure has taken place, uh, structuring a deal is going to be a lot easier as well because it's not going to be disqualified for all these things that that happen after it goes through the foreclosure. So, yeah, we can really reap the benefits here of having a motivated seller, and still also get the benefits of a warranty deed, which is hard to get.
Yeah, so hopefully you guys found this information useful. We want to work with you guys over the next 30 days so that you can get in a couple a couple of these practice properties, and start going through the process as you start looking at more complicated, bigger deals, as you start gaining that experience. And so by the time you get to the buying tour, you've got a couple of properties that have come in and you're working on building your pipeline. Really, we've got to look at it like a business. And when we're talking about tax sale investing and some of the strategies we talk about, we're talking about creative ways to be able to buy property. And so the better you're able to structure it using these multiple streams of income, whether that be pre-foreclosures, opportunity-based auctions, and location-based auctions, we're giving ourselves a chance to do deals in multiple different areas.
Yeah, yeah, I
Not a
think
bad
it's
property there either.
no, these are pretty good. And we've got that commercial property there. There's a house, right before that. And one thing that was kind of odd about the house is the value is like, they have the adjusted value at 34,000, but Redfin is saying it's worth 300,000. That's a pretty big discrepancy there.
Yeah, that is. Would probably look into the parcel number and make sure that, it is the house and not the lot behind the house or something.
Yeah, but then the commercial property there, they've estimated to be worth about 95,000. They have with a $20,000 opening bid amount. Yeah, which doesn't look too bad. Let's see what this is real quick. We've got another one here that's at 151. So we were looking at just the results here from the Texas online auctions here over the last 12 months, and you would be amazed at how many good deals came out of the area. How many properties? There were lots of properties that sold for opening bids or didn't get bids. That were decent deals. There's quite a bit of it here in Texas. Good opportunities.
Well, and one thing to mention as well is that sometimes the counties, like in the case of Florida, or maybe the law firms in the case of Texas, might have the list before they put it out on the online list. So in Florida, for example, you can go to the clerk of the court's office, and many times you can look up the tax deeds that they haven't posted on Real Auction yet. So we could look 2 months, 3 months in advance, pull up those lists, and start contacting those property owners sooner so that we have more time to be able to actually work out a deal with them. If we get a list 60 days in advance, we may send out a letter at 60 days and send out another letter at maybe 40 or 30 days before the auction takes place saying, hey, did you see my first letter? You're going to lose your property soon. Give me a call. Let's work out a deal so I can make you a little bit of money so you don't lose everything.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, and one of the things that we were talking about earlier there with land is if you get somebody that responds back to you with land, we can work out a deal probably much faster than you could do with a lot of homes. Just because it's going to be more straightforward with land. Essentially, all we've really got to do is make payment on it or get it paid for here, and so it's less for us to accomplish and probably a little bit easier here to do. Without all of the extra steps that the improvements have. So, a home's going to take a set amount of time just because there's certain people you have to get involved. You're going to need at least 3 or 4 weeks on it. But with something like a vacant piece of land, you can do a deal in less than that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and if you do get structured property, if we can get hard money lender set up in that area, if we're using somebody else's cash, for those investors that have the cash to be able to do the deal cash wise, that can help speed along the process as well. The reason we need some time with something like a structured property is we've got to do the inspection, the appraisal, the title company. We've got to do all of those things before the sale. in addition to finding a hard money lender that'll loan on it. So we need some time to be able to do that.
That's an awesome lot too.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what we would call a developed lot. You know, you can see it's new development. You can see that I saw a little electric box out front. So we've got utilities there on the lot.
Yeah. That's nice. In fact, it looks like there might be more than one. You know, like it's got to be 2 lots probably.
Two or maybe 3.
Yeah, it could be 3, or 4. Yeah, there are, but they look like they are pretty nice lots here. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of properties on their list that would potentially work here, or that would be worth sending out letters on. And you never know, I mean, people are all motivated here to do something with the properties.
Yeah, and it's really just a numbers game. There's going to be some people that are going to be interested, especially if we're targeting this to areas, like this that may not have, that you may be the only person that sends them a letter. In more competitive markets, maybe they get a couple of them, but, we think that there's a huge opportunity to this, especially as we do a more targeted approach.
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
we don't want to do, the reason the targeted approach is important is because we don't want to spend the time sending out a letter to somebody that we can't even do a deal with. That's the reason we're going to spend a few minutes looking at the property details and the records before deciding which ones we're going to include on our list that we're going to send out to. That way, if they do contact us back, we've got a lot higher chance of actually being able to do a deal with them than for us to contact them back and say, well, actually, there's it's worth $100,000, but there's $100,000 mortgage on it, where we could go ahead and check that owner's name in the records quickly and see if there's anything that's glaring.
Yeah, I think those are good points too. Way to save some time here, and just to make sure that all the letters you do send out are people that if they respond back, you've got a chance at a deal.
Yeah, definitely. But like we said, you send out 200 letters and you only get one person to respond, 0.5%. That's a pretty low number. That's 6 deals a year, making over 6 figures a year, and your total expense is less than $1,000.
Yeah.
Or around that.
Yeah. It wouldn't be that difficult for that to be worth it, and to become a new finding method where you essentially always have more opportunities coming in as a result of these letters you're sending out to people.
Well, and you could send out letters, or you could even send out, you can buy 1,000 postcards for $100, and that's going to last you all year. And all you'll need to do is just print out labels to put on the address and return address, and it'll have your phone number, everything on there. I think that there's advantages to both of them. I think there's advantage to somebody getting a letter, and opening it up and reading it. But then there's also an advantage to a mailer, because even if they're just going through their junk mail, they're going to see that mailer and see, hey, don't lose your lot to the tax sale, and be able to at least see it without opening, because sometimes people will just go ahead and throw it away. So I think there can be an argument made for either sending a postcard or a letter.
Yeah, that's interesting there. That and it looks like it's actually a fairly common or popular thing to do here is to have lots set up for your trailer, and to have, I guess you've got access to the water there behind.
Well, it looks like they're afraid of flooding, maybe.
Oh yeah, well definitely, definitely floods here. But yeah, I think there's a dock with each one of these, and so all these people basically can play. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
they each kind of have their own like little docks back there that they can use to get out. Yeah, they're pretty much, they can get out
Into the bay and then probably to the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, right there. A very cool area. But I'm
Yeah.
surprised how many of these properties in Texas. Texas has a lot, because Texas has a redemption period attached to to the deeds when they go to auction. I think you see more nice homes, that will end up going, in the tax sale and selling. We just, in a lot of sales, you don't tend to see so many, and a lot of the Texas properties are the kinds of properties that, they're nice enough they could have mortgages on them.
Yeah, the lucky thing about tax sale, at least, there's less mortgages than you'd normally think, just based on the fact that it's a tax sale. If there is a mortgage company, they should be stepping in and paying off the back taxes before losing the property. And a lot of people that get loans on their homes, the property taxes are going to be included within the loan. So the mortgage company actually pays the property taxes. So it's more likely that there's not going to be a mortgage, but if there is, that's where we can look and see if it is on there versus a pre-foreclosure. And if it does go to the tax sale, then that mortgage is eliminated.
I wonder, it looks like these things are almost valued out, kind of like they are with homes.
Well, it definitely looks like the location. Plus, it looks like it's an approved lot. Even though, there's a trailer there, it looks like there's hookups. There could be, a septic system or sewer, power, that they can use and have right there for the RV.
Oh. Yeah, they're having some issues there.
But I think that gives you guys I'm hoping this was beneficial for you guys today. Going through this information. We'll go ahead and put this in a replay so that you can go ahead and replay it. You'll probably automatically get a replay link, but we'll put it to a YouTube video so it's a little bit easier, and just make sure that it's behind the scenes so you guys are the only one that has access to it. But, you can go back and refer to this if you have any questions, and refer any of the steps that we're going to go through. But let's get y'all registered. We'll start working with your coaches over the next couple of weeks, and help you get a couple of these practice properties coming in as you're going through and doing the research and the training to understand how to be able to do this effectively.
Yeah, 100%. We want to see everybody get registered for some auctions, get set up so that you can place some bids, and it's going to give you the chance here to win properties. It is a numbers game. If you bid enough, you're eventually going to win properties, and you'll win them at the prices that you want, which is going to make them easier to sell. Which is also, again, an important thing. You have to have property before you can really learn how to sell it, and so we want to help everybody kind of go through these steps here of learning how to do each one of these things. To build up your capital here. But more importantly, though, for you to learn the process, that's really where you're going to learn this, is in the process of doing these. So, thank you everybody for the Saturday morning here in time you've given us today. We'll be back again here next week, but and I'm sure we'll be talking with many of you here next week. So, look forward to that.
Yep. Thanks again, everyone. We
Thank you.
appreciate you spending the day with us.
Yep. We'll see you later.
Dun, 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 dun. I hope y'all took some value from that. If anyone was in here, I was just watching upstairs, bro. I just didn't want to be downstairs. I had to do some other shit while I was watching it. I'm gonna definitely watch the playback. Just wanted to help my mom out too, so she could look at it as well. So we're probably gonna switch over to some. Cause I play some games. I gotta chill. I gotta do something else today. I still got that bitch open somewhere. But just a bit. Just a bit. I'll call those two people. Alright. Let's put that over there. Open up Arch Raiders. Don't need that. Don't need that. There we go. Chilling. We got the single column tie down, chat. We got it down. The half hitch is important. Tie a taut half hitch. Loop the end of a rope around a post under itself. Tuck the end of the rope. Hold up, let me just end stream and start again.